All right, welcome everyone. My name is Eddaket, and this is going to be Pokemon Shield. It's a nice, long, comfy run, so I'm just going to go ahead and get started. We got a lot of stuff to explain, but we can do that during the intro and everything. So, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so like I said, guys, this is Pokemon Shield. It is explicitly Shield and not Sword. The categories are, or the two games are actually split categories on the leaderboards. So, I am running on Shield. Shield currently is the slower version. Sword is about 3 minutes faster on the top end. However, the Shield run has a lot more variance to it that makes it not necessarily the ideal candidate to grind for a top time, and we'll definitely point those moments out when we get there. While we are doing the run, just a reminder to everybody, I'm sure it's been plugged a couple times, but we do have a naming incentive for the Excadrill name, so you guys have about like 2 hours, 2 hours and 15 minutes to before that closes, but definitely want to get nicknames in if you want to see something specific. So I'll be talking about the differences between the two games and why there are two different categories and stuff like that as we go throughout the game. However, to sort of start it off, the games actually have a significant difference between them in a casual standpoint as well as a speedrunning standpoint. Typically, the two sister games are, sometimes there's like a different area, sometimes there's just different encounter slots. Like, usually there's not big differences. Generation 3 had, like, the whole evil team was different, but aside from that, everything else was the same. This game actually has quite a bit of differences, in that the 4th and the 6th gym leaders are actually different between the two games. So, in Shield, I'm going to be facing a Ghost-type gym and a Ice-type gym, where in Sword, you'd be fighting a Fighting-type gym and a Rock-type gym. And so the Pokemon that we specifically choose to run the game with, it really matters which game you're playing. The Sword route will primarily use the starter Sobble for the entire run, obviously evolved up into Inteleon, where in Shield, we're actually going to do a little bit more switching of the Pokemon that we use, and we're going to be mainly using an Arcanine, and then switching to Excadrill about halfway through the run. So it's a really cool run. I personally like this route a lot better, just because I think main switching and stuff like that is a really cool concept, and being able to do it fast is really cool. But yeah, you can actually run Sobble on this version, but it is quite a bit slower. However, you can't do this route on Shield because the Growlithe we need to get Arcanine isn't available in the grass right there. So first thing we do is set some options, typical Pokemon options. We want to do fast text, animations off. I turn autosave off just because I like having control of when I save. That way I don't accidentally autosave over a mistake. Shouldn't happen, but just in case. And then the final option that really matters is skipping movies. So Pokemon finally gave us the ability to skip cutscenes. Unfortunately, it doesn't allow us to skip like text-based cutscenes, so anything that we have to mash text through. But any of the pre-rendered movies that auto-advance themselves, they can be skipped. And they actually, just by having the option on, are skipped. There is no button you have to press like there is in Let's Go. Sobble's an interesting Pokemon. The big reason why Sobble is the best starter to just run the entire game with is because in addition to having good offensive stats, like it has really high special attack and really high speed, it also gets moves that actually help its stats. So, or help with its stats. So, for example, the move that you get at level 6 is Water Gun. Water Gun is a special move, and Sobble's special attack is off the charts. So, it really complements it really well. Scorbunny, on the other hand, would probably be the other starter that would be worth using. Fire is a really good type for the game, as you're going to see. However, Scorbunny doesn't really learn any physical moves for a while, so it kind of struggles in the early game, because Scorbunny is mainly a physical attacker instead of special. However, for the small portion of the run that we need to use it, we're actually going to be choosing Scorbunny on this run. And that is for a couple of different reasons that we can explain when we get there. Right now I'm just going through sort of like intro tutorial-y stuff. We're getting introduced to people. We just met Hop. Hop's going to be our rival. We're going to be seeing a lot of Hop. There are 8 total Hop fights, which is kind of insane. This here is Hop's brother, Leon. Leon is the champion of Galar, the region in Generation 8. And he is undefeated, so no one has ever beat him in battle. That's going to be a running theme throughout the game. He has a huge fan base, as we can see. He has his signature Charizard there, which is a Gigantamax Charizard. We'll talk about Dynamaxing and Gigantamaxing when it comes up. So yeah, we're just getting introduced to him here. And then he is actually going to be the one that gives us our first starter. All right. So traditionally, if you guys have watched Pokemon speedruns before, if you've watched early generation Pokemon speedruns, you'll know that we do RNG manipulation a lot. If you've watched late generation stuff, you know that RNG manipulation isn't possible. So you have to typically like reset for good starter stats. Because we use Scorbunny for a total of literally 4 fights, our stats don't really matter. Having good special attack versus bad special attack will save 3 total turns. But it wouldn't be worth resetting over, especially in a marathon setting, so we're just going to grab our Scorbunny and go. We picked Scorbunny for 2 different reasons. The first reason is it's going to give Hop the Grookey. So Hop's always going to take the Pokemon that is weak to yours. So if we picked Sobble, he would pick Scorbunny. Because we picked Scorbunny, he picks Grookey. Grookey is probably the best starter for us to face for 2 different reasons. One being that we're going to be using an Arcanine throughout the majority of the early game. And Arcanine, obviously being a fire type, is super effective against Grookey. But in addition, Grookey is the slowest of the 3 starters. It has the lowest speed stat, so we never have to worry really about outspeeding it in the late game when it actually matters. If Hop had either Scorbunny or Inteleon, Sobble's evolution, then we would have to worry about speed a lot more. The second main reason why we pick Scorbunny is because when we get to Motostoke, which is the 3rd town, it's going to be in like a half hour or so, we will be given an item that corresponds to the starter that we chose. So in the game, there are a bunch of different items that will boost a certain type of moves. So if I'm holding a Charcoal, my fire type moves are going to get a 20% boost. And that's specifically why we choose Scorbunny. Scorbunny gives us the Charcoal because the game expects you to be using your starter still, and gives you the type enhancing item that best works for your starter. If we picked another one, we'd either get the Miracle Seed for Grookey or the Mystic Water for Sobble. I just 2-shot that Wooloo. That Wooloo is normally a 3-shot, so that's actually pretty crazy. I don't think I've ever 2-shot it before, to be quite honest. And then here we're going to go ahead and use our newly acquired Ember. Ember is a special move, so Scorbunny doesn't do a ton of damage with it, but we did get the special attack that is necessary to allow us to 2-shot. So this is one of those places we could lose a turn if we happened to get bad stats. Another thing you'll notice is Hop had a little cutscene there when I used a super effective move on him. That will happen in most Hop fights and is very slow. So if we can avoid using a super effective move, we want to. However, we can't always avoid it. I don't have my timer up, but I do have the stream up, and I just saw a 9:26 hop 1. I don't know if this timer started exactly when the run started, but if so, that is like 3 seconds faster than my gold. It wouldn't surprise me, Deathline, if you saw 17 attack. That's... I've never two-shot that Wooloo. I didn't even know... I knew it was possible, but... I've never had it happen, so that's pretty crazy. It was pretty accurate. Wow. I'm gonna retime that after the stream and then post the clip for people, because I don't think anyone has had a sub 930. Either way, so now we're progressing here into some like just general story stuff, and it introduces us to wild encounters. So every wild encounter in this game is technically avoidable, except for these 3. I am attacking it. I don't know why. I should be running away from it. I just, for some reason, muscle memoried into attacking it. So there are 2 different forms of encounters. There are overworld encounters, the kind that you see in like Pokemon Let's Go, where you can actually see the Pokemon in the overworld. You can choose whether or not you want to fight them just by running into them or having them run into you. The second kind are the kind that they're kind of showing us here. They work a little bit differently than they do right now, but basically there are random encounters that will appear as exclamation points in the grass, and in order to get one of those encounters, you have to be in the vicinity of the exclamation point about a second or 2 after the exclamation point appears. So most of the time, if you're just running at full speed and one pops up in front of you, you can run right past it and not have to worry about it. Those 3 encounters there are forced, so you're always going to have those. We don't fight anything there because it's just not worth it for the experience that we get, especially for Scorbunny, being a Pokemon that we're going to be ditching relatively soon. All right. So now we get introduced to the legendary of the game. So this is Zamazenta. We don't get to do anything with him yet. He's going to exist here, but we're not going to be able to do any damage to him. And then after the battle, Fog is basically going to take over the area. I guess I'm going to dive into the story a little bit, even though it doesn't make any sense. So Fog starts to take over, and eventually we can't see anything. We sort of pass out. And when we come to, Leon is going to be there, and we're going to tell him how we saw this like legendary dog and it was crazy, and he's going to be like, no, you didn't. You didn't actually see anything. So it's going to be a running theme where we know the answer to the plot the entire game, but nobody is actually paying attention to us when we say that we've seen this legendary dog. There's like some legendary being in the forest. Well, Leon, like, cares about us, but he doesn't believe us when we tell him what happened. He's like, dog Pokemon? What are you talking about? Alright, so now that we're out of there, we're going to finally progress into our first trainer battles and our first, like, venture to new cities. But first we have to go talk to our mom. She's going to give us a small bit of pocket change, equivalent to 30,000 Pokédollars. And that is going to be one of the main reasons why we don't have to pick up like any items to sell in this run. We just get so much money right at the start. And even though some items are kind of overpriced, which I'll get into when we get there, we have enough money for everything, so it's really cool. Okay, so now we're going to make it our way down to Wedgehurst here. Wedgehurst is where the Pokemon lab is. So like every region has a Pokemon lab, so We're going to go there. On the way, we're looking for a Rookidee. Rookidee is the bird Pokemon, and we didn't see one, which is fine. I'll actually catch one. I do want to catch one at some point. However, I'm trying to think of when the best time to do it is. I think I'll actually run back down after this. So we want to catch a Rookidee for two different reasons. The first reason is the game actually pays attention, and instead of giving you a catch tutorial if you've already caught a Pokemon, the game knows, hey, this person's already caught a Pokemon. He or she knows how to catch a Pokemon, so let's not give them the catch tutorial. It just so happens that it's about like a 4-second difference between actually catching a Pokemon and getting the tutorial. But because of the extra experience you get from catching the Pokemon, it's typically worth it. I specifically want a Rookidee because Rookidee is a flying type Pokemon, meaning it's not grounded. And that is a little fact that you guys are going to have to remember in about 2 hours, okay? We're not gonna... It doesn't matter right now, but in about 2 hours it will, so... if I told you guys now, you'd forget.
Don't worry, I will forget in 2 hours about the Rookidee.
Exactly. Alright, so here we get our Pokedex. We're going to go outside and get interrupted by this guy who apparently gives potions to every new trainer, which is cool. And then we're going to take a small little detour and grab our first rare candy of the run. There are going to be 4 total rare candies that we grab. A rare candy being an item that boosts our Pokemon's level by 1. So those are very useful. And then, yeah, like I said, I'm going to run back down real quick. If I progress to the next route, I'm going to get the catch tutorial. And I want to get the Rookidee before that. Those are not Rookidees. Those are not Rookidees. Those are not Rookidees. Wow, that took forever. Okay. Rookidee doesn't spawn on the next route either. Wait, yes it does. What am I talking about? But I'd rather catch it before the catch tutorial. Not a big deal. Pokemon in this route are not a guaranteed catch. Normally, the first route of a Pokemon game, especially lately, like since Generation 6, the first route of a Pokemon game has a guaranteed catch rate. That is not the case in this game, so it seems to have an elevated catch rate, but not guaranteed, so it's still not worth actually weakening it. Alright. So now we're going to go ahead and learn about Pokemon Centers. Again, the game is nice and actually will ask us if we have been to a Pokemon Center before. So we can actually skip the tutorial just by saying, yep, we've been here before. Just like that. Otherwise, it would go through like a whole little cutscene where it shows you like the desk and the mart in the corner and all that kind of stuff. And then down here is going to be our first trainer battle of the run. So typically in Pokemon games, you want to talk to trainers. Normally, if you walk in front of them, you'll get like a little exclamation point. They'll walk toward you if you're not right up against them. So it's usually faster to just talk to them. Starting in Generation 7, the games actually made it so talking to a trainer and walking in front of them is identical time-wise. The trainer will never walk to you, and it will always have the exclamation point animation. So we can actually just take the like shortest path through an area and not have to worry about like optimizing our movement that way in order to talk to every trainer. It's a small little optimization that you see in Pokemon speedruns, but I always find it worth mentioning. These first 3 fights are, or these 2 fights here aren't that big of a deal. Having good attack is going to help me on this fight. My attack is actually kind of insane right now. But that way I can use Tackle to 4-hit instead of Ember. And the downside to using Ember is that it has a 10% chance to burn the opponent, which you might think is like useful, but in reality all it does is waste time. There's like status lag and stuff like that. Alright. And then on the next fight... So I want to keep seeing my special attack go up by 1. And it still has been, which is really good. It needs to go up by one more time in order for me to waste no turns. Get past her, and then fight this guy. And this here is actually going to be our first instance of a menuing technique that the community likes to call double input. I personally don't like that because double input means something else in other games. However, you'll notice that I was able to scroll pretty fast down to Ember. I'm playing the game with... It's a third-party Switch controller, but it's basically like a Pro controller. You can actually use both the D-pad and the sticks to do menuing. And if you happen to stagger yourself in such a way that you use like one D-pad input and then a stick right afterward, you can do your inputs a lot faster than just like mashing down or down on the sticks. So everywhere that I have to go more than one position in a menu, I'm going to be doing that double input. And I got 13 special attacks there, which means I lose no turns, which is awesome. So here we meet the Pokemon Professor. This is Professor Magnolia. She lives in this house off on Route 2 instead of at the Pokemon Lab, which is cool. And while we're here, we're going to start talking about the Gym Challenge. It's going to be the main focus of the game, is the Gym Challenge. And in order to gain access to the Gym Challenge, we need to have a letter of endorsement from somebody who's already in there. And Leon does happen to be, obviously, like a member of the Gym Challenge, so he's going to give us a letter of endorsement, but we do have to battle Hop first. It doesn't matter if we win or lose this fight. It is faster for us to win with Scorbunny. It is actually the fastest fight to lose with Grookey. However, Grookey isn't very useful for speedruns, so you never actually see it in a run. But it is a fun little fact. Scorbunny's attack is actually insane. Yeah, what Bungie to the Tree mentioned in chat is true. If you're trying to do your double inputs, there's a very real possibility that the stick bounces back and ends up doing like a down, down, up. And a lot of the time it doesn't matter because you have like a confirmation message, but if you're doing move selection, you'll notice that as soon as I select Ember, that's it. So, critting Hop also gives you this little flavor text. Sometimes, not all the time. So, that was actually kind of unfortunate. I actually should have used Tackle there, but I used Ember. And we two-shotted, so it doesn't matter. Normally that's a 3-shot. I've actually saved like 2 more turns than normal. So... even though I had to go back for the Rookity, this might not be the worst split. I'm actually going to open my own live split just so I know how I'm doing. Yeah. I think actually... Nah, I'm just gonna go for Ember. Oh my god, I burned another one. Alright, cool. So there's Hop Down. And now that we have beaten Hop, we gain access to the Gym Challenge. In order to get into the Gym Challenge, we have to make it to Motostoke. And Motostoke is across an area called the Wild Area. The Wild Area was one of the big advancements in Generation 8 Pokemon. It was basically Pokemon's first attempt at like a true open world kind of area. You can get to late game areas right away. If you're not leveled up enough, like, you're gonna have a hard time there, but you can at least go pretty much anywhere in this wild area, right at the start of the game. And the wild area has a bunch of really cool properties to it. The first one that we're going to be abusing is weather. So there are, I don't know the exact number, I want to say there's like 12 different regions of the wild area. So like Rolling Fields, Dappled Grove, Giant Seat, stuff like that. And each of those areas is going to have a different weather depending on what day it is. So a lot of people who've played this game casually know that the first of every month is consistent weather everywhere. So like the first of May is going to have normal weather everywhere. The first of November has thunderstorms everywhere. But every day that isn't the first of the month is just going to have random weather everywhere, but the weather is consistent, so the 9th of August is always going to have the same weather as every other 9th of August. So what we can do is we can force the game into having a good weather for our purposes. We have to catch a Growlithe in the rolling fields, and Growlithe appears in intense sunlight. So we've set our date before the run started. I didn't show it, but I promise it happened. So we set our date before the run started such that we have intense sunlight in rolling fields. The second main mechanic of the wild area that we're going to be abusing is the Watt Traders, or are the Watt Traders. So there are 7 different Watt Traders, watts being the currency that's used in the wild area. You get watts by interacting with raid dens and stuff like that. We're not going to be doing any raids, but you'll see a bunch of raid dens. And their inventories, the inventories for the Watt Traders, depend on the day as well. However, it's not the date that's important, it's the number of days since you started your game. So on the first day that you started your game, your Watt Traders are always going to have the same inventory. The second day, they're always going to have the same inventory, and so on and so forth. So we can force, if there's something we want to buy in one of the Watt Traders on like the first day, we can do that. There isn't, but there is on the second day. So what we've actually done is before the game started, I actually set my clock to September 20th at like 11:35 p.m. And what that does is that means I'm going to get to the wild area around now, which is, you know, more than 25 minutes since I started the run. So now it's past midnight, so it is September 21st. Which gives us the correct weather for Growlithe. And it also means it's the second day, so the Watt Traders are going to have their second day inventories. The specific item that we want are Quick Balls, so we're going to try to buy Quick Balls from the Watt Trader next to Motostoke. I'm going to buy 3 of them, and they are going to be very useful for us in the third gym, but we'll talk about that gym when we get there. Yeah, one of the common questions we get is like, if the wild area allows you to go anywhere, like to late game areas, why don't you just catch a Pokemon that's like level 50? And that would be a great idea, except for the fact that the game actually locks catches behind certain level thresholds. So based on the number of badges you have. So with 0 badges, we can only catch Pokemon up to level 20. With 1 badge, we can do up to level 25. With 2 badges, up to level 30. And it just goes up by 5 every time. And so because of that, we're forced to catch a Pokemon below level 20. The Pokemon we're going to be getting is going to be a Growlithe that's going to be between level 7 and level 10. There are Growlithe that are up to level 15. However, they're going to be harder to catch. And the level boost honestly only helps for the first few fights because of experience scaling. Which is also why having a Growlithe that's level 7 isn't that big of a deal compared to having one that's level 10. Like, you'll save a couple turns right away, but it's not going to be a considerable amount of time. Alright, so now we have to find a Growlithe. Finding a Growlithe isn't the hard part. It's finding a Growlithe with the correct ability. You can see there's like 4 different Growlithes on my screen. I need a Growlithe that does not have Intimidate. And we can tell if it has Intimidate because when it comes out in battle, hey, look at that, it doesn't. It would normally say Growlithe's Intimidate has dropped Scorbunny's attack. That is the entire reason why we do not want Intimidate. Every time we go out in battle, it's going to have that extra text box, and it's just not worth it. So that was also not a guaranteed catch, and that catch is a lot trollier than the one on Route 1, so I'm really glad I got that in first ball. That was really cool. And then I'm going to go ahead and head over here. I don't want to go into the bag. That's not correct. Over here. Go ahead and deposit everything. We have access to our PC while we're in the overworld, which is really cool. And we're going to do a little bit of leveling up here. Alright, so the try and jabate everyone with a Death Warp doesn't really work when the Pokemon doesn't actually kill us, so yeah, we're purposely taking damage and purposely going for a Death Warp here. When you die in the wild area, instead of going to a Pokemon Center, they bring you to this wonderful lady, and she'll actually just bring you to whatever town you have available. So if I have access to Motostoke, she brings us to Motostoke, which is exactly what happened there. We're going to take a quick little detour here. We're not going to run into this Mudsdale, because that would also kill us. And we're going to grab these. So these are the raid dens. Each raid den I interact with is going to give us 50 watts. I need 3 quick balls. Each quick ball is worth 50 watts, so I need to get 3 of those. It's worth pointing out that the move that Diggersby decided to use, that was the only move that doesn't kill us in one hit. So I had a 75% chance of it working. Alright, so we grab watts there, avoid the Snorlax. Grab these watts. We're taking this entire detour because this item right here is a Firestone. And Growlithe evolves with the Firestone. So not only do we have a Growlithe that we're switching to, we have an Arcanine that we're switching to at level 7. And this one's level 8, actually, which is important for me to know. And that is pretty crazy. This overall is about a 2 to 3 minute detour, catching the Pokemon and then getting the Firestone, evolving, all that kind of stuff. So Arcanine falls way behind Sobble, like almost right away. But then because we're so overpowered, we start to make up that time. And by the time we're at like the third gym, we're basically even again. So here's the guy giving us quick balls. Very cool. And we make our way into the wild area. Or, not into the wild area, into Motostoke. So now we're going to enter ourselves into the gym challenge. I am going to go ahead and use my Firestone here. This is also going to give us our first glimpse of our stats. Because there's no RNG manipulation, we have to basically be able to take whatever Growlithe we get. Ideally, we have decent attack, special attack, and speed, but that is a lot to ask for. So, there's a very real possibility we don't. But 23-20 I saw. So 23 attack is decent, 20 defense is pretty good. What's our HP? Our HP is 34, so HP combined with defense is really solid. I'll be able to check the rest of my stats in a little bit, so it's not that big of a deal. I think I saw 21 special attack, but I'm not confident enough to actually mark it down. I'm using a program that was created by Wartab, shout out to Wartab, where I can basically put in the stats that I see via level ups, and it will let me know what IV I have. IV is basically a fancy way of saying what like my exact stat value is. It allows me to go a bit more granular than just saying, oh, I have 23 attack. I might be able to say I have like 10 IV attack. So
I confirmed the 21 in attack, in special attack.
Oh, nice. Thank you. And then one of the other reasons why Arcanine is crazy is because the game gives us access to the move relearner at every single Pokemon Center. So we actually can teach Arcanine a bunch of insanely powerful moves. We basically get every move that Growlithe would normally learn via level up via move relearner, because Arcanine is a stone evolution. They basically don't want you to like lose the ability to learn certain moves by evolving too early. So they just give you access to every move. It's pretty great. So we're going to end up being level 8 with moves like Flamethrower, which is a 90 base power. Like, Flamethrower is a very strong move. Nothing to sneeze at all. And we now have it at level 8. So things are going to be dying pretty quickly. So looking at the rest of my stats, my special attack is okay. It's not very good, but it's also not like as bad as possible. My speed is kind of bad, but luckily the speed doesn't really change many like my strategies don't really change based on my speed. It's just I'm gonna like lose a couple of half turns because my opponent's gonna get to go first. I'll take more damage. I may have to heal more, but for the most part, like the strategies are all the same. The strategies only differ if you have like really high speed, because you can start out speeding things that you're not supposed to. What's the best nature for Arcanine? So best nature for Arcanine would probably be some sort of like plus attack, maybe minus defense. Your defenses don't matter a ton, like to the point where having insanely bad defense like doesn't hurt all that much. Again, you take more damage, but as long as you're prepared for it, it's not that big of a deal. But yeah, so I mentioned we have Flamethrower. To round out our moveset, we also have Burn Up. Burn Up is 140 base power, so it's a lot more powerful than Flamethrower. The downside to Burn Up, there are two different downsides to it. The first is you can only use it once in battle. Once you've used it, you can't use it again. The second bad thing about it is it will actually remove your fire typing. So the idea behind the move is you use Burn Up and you've burned up. So you are no longer a fire type. And in Arcanine's case, because Arcanine is a monotype Pokemon, it is only a fire type, you become typeless. That means that you will not be gaining, or like you're not going to resist anything. Nothing is going to be super effective against you. But more importantly, you actually lose your same type attack bonus that you would normally get for like Flamethrower on fire moves. If you use Burn Up, you're no longer fire type, so you can't get same type attack bonus. So Burn Up is typically used if there's one Pokemon in the battle, if it's the last Pokemon in the battle, or in some very strategic places, it is used defensively to remove our fire typing so we take less damage. So those are the first two moves. We also learned Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed is just a decently powered normal type move, but it has +2 priority, which means it's going to be going first almost every time. So it's a good coverage move for us. Things that, like, we're going to be facing a water gym. It's going to be useful there, and stuff like that. And then the final move is Reversal. And Reversal is used on exactly 2 fights. And it is a kind of a gimmicky move. Basically, it's a move that the lower health you are, the higher damage it does. So there are different, like, percentage thresholds. If you're under 5% health, for example, then it's a 200 base power move. If you're under 10% health but above 5%, then it's 150 base power, and then there's a bunch of brackets above that. But yeah, so that's only used for 2 fights. It's a very situational. We're actually going to be teaching over it once we're done with it. But I'll go into more detail about how the move works in a bit. So because these Team Yell members only have 1 Pokemon, it's better for us to just use Burn Up here. Burn Up is going to be a range. This is going to be our first range of the run on the second Pokemon here. Ranges basically mean when Pokemon damage calculations are done, there are 16 different damage values that can happen based on the damage formula. Like, one of the last things is it multiplies it by a percentage between 85% and 100%. So it makes there's 16 different damage rolls. Saying something is a range basically just means that some of those damage rolls are going to result in a KO, and some aren't. So, like, for example, I could have KO'd, but I didn't. So it lived on 1. T-Pat, actually Jolly would be the best for Excadrill. Jolly being plus speed minus special attack. Speed matters a lot more for Excadrill than it does for Arcanine. Alright, so this is our first double battle of the game. We're going to have a couple of these throughout the run. This one is a double battle with Hop as our partner. We can't control what Hop does, so hopefully he helps out. This Zigzagoon here is a lot less bulky on the special defense side. It's actually a naughty nature, which means it's minus special defense, so it goes down to just a flamethrower. I'm going to get my level up here, check a couple of my stats.
Speaking of the Excadrill, would be fine to plug in that we still are waiting for the name incentive.
Yeah, the name incentive, we've got like an hour and a half until we have to nickname our Excadrill, so plenty of time to get donations in for that.
Yes, remember that with every donation for direct relief, you can pick Excadrill's name. That currently we have Wumbo in the front, but we have Monty-Mole really close. So if you want one of those, please remember to donate, and with the donation, comment explicitly say which name you want. And also we do have another name donations, like the rival's name in Pokemon Red and Blue, the file name in The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass, and also several bid words like which cup you want to have NES to run in Pokemon Stadium, if Pika or Petite Cup. Please select one of those. Both are fun.
Alright, so now that we've stayed the night in the hotel there, we're finally going to be able to get introduced to the gym challenge. We already went through the registration process. I sort of glossed over it. I was explaining something else, but now we're going to get introduced to it. And this is one of those movies that gets to get skipped, so we actually don't get any context on the gym challenge here. It's just going to be a big black screen, and then it's going to be over. So there is kind of a cool cutscene if you have not played this game casually, where you get introduced to all the different gym leaders. But we are going to be able to move on from this. Another thing I sort of glossed over, I think I was talking about Arcanine's stats at the time, is right before going up the elevator to get to this platform where the gym is, as well as the hotel, Leon gave us the charcoal item. So we now have that item that's going to boost all of our fire-type moves by 20%. We could have equipped it earlier, however, we didn't really need it. We kind of wanted it for that the Nickit that lived, but like, that was the only Pokemon we needed it for, so it wasn't really worth it. And we had a chance of one-shotting it anyways, even without it, so it's typically better to to not have to menu for one thing specifically, you want to try and menu, like, consolidate your menus. We're actually going to gain access to Fly. It's the Corviknight Taxi here, so it's sort of like the fast travel system. Anywhere we've been before, we can fly to. So, it's really cool that we get it this early. And then, yeah, so this is where we're going to go ahead and equip the charcoal. Go ahead and fly. We're actually going to fly to the same town we're in, which is always a fun strategy for Pokemon games. But we're going to fly to the same town we're in order to just get further. Flying in this game is incredibly fast, so it's totally worth doing. And then we picked up the Silk Scarf. Silk Scarf is basically like the charcoal, but for normal type moves, and that's going to be useful for us later on. All right. Let's go ahead and use an X special attack here. I didn't talk about X items yet, but basically the first shop we did, we spent all that money our mom gave us on X items. X items are items that will boost a given stat by one stage, or by 2 stages when they get used. Prior to Generation 7, they would only boost by 1 stage, but they were also like half the price. So starting in Generation 7, they now start boosting by 2 stages, and they're a lot more expensive. They're like $1,000 for offensive ones, and $2,000 for any defensive X items. So we have to really be careful with like what we're using them on, but they're very powerful. Each attack stage equates to 50% boost. So being at +2 attack means our attack is literally doubled. Being at +4 attack, like using 2 X attacks, would mean it's tripled. Alright. I'm going to try and check out my defenses here. So it's 26 and 22. This is the first route of the game where it's actually kind of difficult to avoid Pokemon. We're going to try our best to run directly into the Zigzagoon. Unfortunately, running into a Pokemon like this is really bad because it messes with the spinners on the route. So some trainers are avoidable because they turn, and they're not always looking in the same direction, like this girl who just turned while I was running. Normally, the timing works out that you can just run right past her, but didn't quite get there, so I should be able to take care of this fight. I believe she has a Pancham and a Vulpix? No, just a Pancham. Cool. So, not a big deal. Kind of unfortunate, but the extra experience I don't think is actually going to help me at all. I kind of glossed over it, but basically, experience in this game follows the model that Generation 5 introduced. And then 6 went back to normal, but 7 also used it, which is a scaled experience. So normally, when you get an experience, all that matters is what level is the Pokemon that you beat, what Pokemon was it, because some Pokemon give more experience than others. Is it on a trainer or is it not, etc. Now, what matters is all that stuff, plus what level were you that defeated that Pokemon. And if you are a high level, you're going to gain less experience. So that's why getting like a level 7 versus a level 9 Growlithe doesn't matter a ton. Or level 7 versus level 10 Growlithe, because eventually you end up at the same level anyways, just because of the way the scaled experience curve works. So me gaining that little bit of extra experience, I don't think actually matters at all. That Sizzlipede is a 2-shot range, so the fact that I got it is really nice.
While you're heading to the mines, mind if I plug in a donation we received?
Absolutely.
Sure, we have $20 from Krabby Apple that says Bumbo for Excadrill's name. So we do have a clear from runner for Excadrill's name.
Very nice. I'm going to talk to this lady here and just get a quick little free heal. Normally I wouldn't, but I did take some extra damage from that fight, so... Or the fight I wasn't supposed to do, so... figure taking that is worth it. Very fast, so... only mandatory fight in this area, besides like the story one, is this one here. It's usually not too bad. The main issue... There's sort of two issues with it. The Diglett is faster than us and has the move Astonish. Astonish can flinch us, so we got lucky we didn't get flinched, but if we had higher attack, we would have been able to go for an extreme speed and outspeed it because of priority, but we didn't quite get there. And then this Drillbur we just used Burn Up on. Burn Up is a range, but it should be a pretty good one that we missed. Cool. Alright, so level 13. 34, 30. Why would the game give it to me? Alright, I'm gonna pick up this Ether here. Ethers are moves that are items, not moves, that can replenish the amount of power points that your moves have. So, instead of having to go to a Pokemon Center, I can just use an item, like an Ether or an Elixir. We don't normally need any, but there's one section of the game that the amount of moves you use is very tight, and like selecting the wrong move or having bad stats and like missing ranges and stuff can be really bad. So I'm just picking that up for safety. We actually take no Pokemon Centers in this entire run. However, we do have a ton of free heals, and it's actually a problem, the amount of free heals we get for routing. You actually gain a free heal every time you enter and exit a gym. So like it doesn't matter what health I'm at after this fight. When I enter the first gym, I'm gonna be at full health. It doesn't matter what health I am at the end of the first gym leader. When I exit the gym, I'm at full health. So it's nice because it means you never have to worry. I mean, we have to worry about healing obviously in between gyms, but like we get a ton of those free heals. So a lot of times you don't have to worry about healing. You don't have to worry about your moves getting replenished or anything. However, Sobble in the Sword Route has the ability Torrent. And Torrent is an ability that the starters all have a similar ability, just tailored to their typing. And that ability will boost their type moves while they're at 1/3 health or lower. So a lot of times in Pokemon speedruns, like they'll try to keep Torrent or whatever the ability is, Blaze for fire types, for as long as possible, while being safe, like using it for damage output, but still being safe. But in this game, like they don't let you keep Torrent for more than like 3 fights at a time because every gym you just get healed up. Take a little detour here to grab another rare candy. Alright, so this is Milo. He's the first gym leader. The first gym leader is going to be, or the first gym is a grass-type gym. So Arcanine is going to be able to, like, absolutely demolish it. One of the kind of nice things they did in this game is, like, thing about Generation 1, the first gym leader is Brock. Brock is a rock-type gym. Anybody who picked Charmander struggled, because how the heck are you going to beat a rock-type gym, even though it has no rock-type moves? You know, having to beat a rock-type gym with your fire Pokemon is just stupid. Instead, in this game, what they did, which I think is really cool, they wouldn't be able to do it for every region because it would get old really fast, but they made the first 3 gyms the 3 types of the starters. So no starter has a clear advantage for the first 3 gyms. Everybody has something that they're really good at, something they're neutral at, and something that they're bad against. So we're going to have to face a water gym right after this grass gym, and then a fire gym as well. And the fire gym can be kind of tricky for Arcanine, just because the Ace Pokemon has an ability Flash Fire. It's actually the ability my Arcanine has because it doesn't have Intimidate. Flash Fire basically makes it immune to Fire-type moves, so we have to do damage with non-Fire moves in that gym. Alright. So another case of us flying to the town we're already in because it's faster than walking. Hello, Poke Hero. I love you too. Alright, so now we're going into the first gym. Each gym is going to have a special gym challenge. It's kind of like, you know, every gym in Pokemon has had some sort of like puzzle or maze or something like that, right? I mean, some of them are more lacking than others. Looking at you, Surge in Gen 2. But this game kind of took it to the next level, and instead of just having like a challenge or a puzzle or whatever, it's more of like an actual challenge. It's like a thing that every gym has, and they make an event out of it. So in the case of this gym, it's going to be a herding puzzle. So there's going to be a bunch of sheep, bunch of Wooloos that we're going to have to herd into pens. And they can be a little wily. They can be a little bit you know, open-minded, if you will, and just go haywire. Hopefully we don't see that today, but that can absolutely happen. They almost just happened on that one. They almost like came around the sides, but we were good. And then to add issues to the mix, there's going to be these little yampers that are going to scare them as well. This one didn't really impact it at all, but there's one coming up that absolutely can, so. And then, yeah, there's one mandatory fight in the gym, and again, we're a giant fire dog against this little flower thing. So. My experience is kind of messed up right now because of the extra trainer. Which, funny enough, I hit that extra trainer and didn't lose any time on my PB, so. I hit an encounter and an extra trainer, and I didn't lose any time on my PB. I don't know what happened.
The 2-shot on the first Wooloo fight.
I'm gonna play it safe here. Oh no, we did it! That Wooloo's going off on its own. Wooloo, no. Wooloo, no. Go this way. Avoid the trainer. No, why are you going backward? Oh my god, what is happening? Dude. Pro. That's actually how you guys have to do it. It's not possible to do any faster than that. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Alright. Anyway.
Not like Wooloo.
Not like Wooloo. Alright, so now that we're done with the gym challenge, however sketchy it may have been, we get to go take on the gym leader. This game is based on England, the UK, I don't know what specifically, but basically, you know, it's got a very heavy, like, football, not American football, but like soccer football theme. So we're out here on the pitch, we're in this giant stadium, and it's actually a really cool atmosphere, and something I hope they continue with after these games. They're really cool sort of concepts. But this is going to be the first fight we're going to see Dynamax in. So Dynamax is the gimmick of Generation 8, kind of like Mega Evolution from Gen 6 or Z-Moves from Gen 7. And basically, in certain battles, Pokemon can Dynamax, and Dynamax Pokemon have two different characteristics. The first characteristic is they have way more HP. Depends on their Dynamax level. By default, every Pokemon has Dynamax level of 0, but they can go up to level 10. Anywhere from 1.5 times health to 2 times health. The second characteristic is all of their moves become max moves, and every type has its own max move. So, for example, Max Fire, or the Fire type max move would be Max Flare, and Max Flare has a secondary effect of setting up Sunlight. So every single type has its own max move with its own secondary effect. And yeah, it's a really cool concept. We're going to be Dynamaxing very rarely because look how long this animation takes. It's about 30 seconds to actually go through a Dynamax animation. So you have to typically save about 3 turns worth of a fight in order to make Dynamaxing worth it. There are a handful of fights where it might be worth it for us to do, but it's kind of a situational thing, so you don't plan on ever Dynamaxing, but you might have to. But yeah, every gym leader and then some of the main story battles at the end of the game are going to... the opponent is going to be Dynamaxing, so we're going to get to see it quite a bit. There's also a concept called Gigantamaxing, which is specific to certain Pokemon. Like Eldegoss, for example, the Pokemon that just Dynamaxed, cannot Gigantamax. However, the only real difference between a Gigantamax Pokemon and Dynamax is each Gigantamax Pokemon has a signature move for it specifically. So, for example, we're going to see a Gigantamax Gengar later on. And the G-Max move for Gengar is G-Max Terror. So instead of being like a ghost, like the normal ghost type secondary effect, it's going to have a Gengar specific secondary effect. Ideally, we don't see any of those throughout the run. If we see any G-Max moves, except for one of them, which is kind of a meme if it happens, then something went terribly, terribly wrong. Yeah, and everything except for Piers, because Piers doesn't like Dynamaxing or something like that.
And also the city where the gym is, unlike the other gyms, it's not located in a power spot.
Yes.
That's where Dynamax happens.
Yep. Alright, so now we are introduced to Team Yell yet again. Team Yell is kind of the evil team of the area, but they're not really, like, evil. They're just, like, crazy fans that are trying to make Marnie, who's another gym challenger, do well in the gym challenge by hindering us, effectively. So, they're not, like, trying to take over the world or any crazy plots like that. They're literally just trying to help out there. I'm not supposed to burn up there. Well, whoops. It's not a big deal. I got snarled anyways, so even if I did what I was supposed to do, it would have been a 3-turn Thievul, so not that big of a deal. Okay. Yeah, so after this fight, we're going to be given access to the bike. The bike in this game is actually kind of cool. It's a little bit hard to use if you're not used to it. But it has a boost option, or if you want to call it option, the ability to boost, which is really cool. The boost has a cooldown, so you can't just constantly use it. You have to like boost and then wait a couple seconds and then boost again. I don't think boosting has been like terribly optimized in the game. It's more or less like what each runner is comfortable with. But I have like a set few areas that I make sure I boost in, make sure I don't boost in other areas. You want to try to optimize the amount of time that you have the boost available. Because like if I boost into a door, I just lost half of my boost. So now we're going to fight Hop for the 4th time already. Not even just over an hour into the run, so. Like I said, we're going to be seeing a lot of him. Because my speed is bad, I am going to be taking some extra damage in this fight. Because both Corvisquire and Thwacky are going to outspeed me, so. Fury attack is one of the worst moves I can get. Please stop here. Please stop here. Oh my god. I don't know off the top of my head how much the Thwacky is going to deal to me, so I'm actually going to go ahead and heal. Let's see, I was at 16, used Screech. Cool, so it did no damage. Typical. Alright.
That is a cool reminder to stay hydrated.
Yes. Yeah, it's a long run. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking, so I definitely need to stay hydrated. However, we are making our way into the... I guess this is like the 5th town? I don't know. Towns don't have numbers to me, but it's where the 2nd gym is. So this is Hulbury. Hulbury is home to Hulbury Stadium, which is where Nessa is. Nessa is the water-type gym leader. And with our Arcanine Fire Dog thing, you might think that we're going to struggle, and we kind of do. But there's a really cool strategy for the actual Nessa fight that's going to require a lot of math. So hopefully you guys are up for the challenge. I'm going to talk about it basically throughout the entire gym. The actual fights in the gym aren't very scary. The puzzle's pretty straightforward. It's your typical hit the colored switches in the right order kind of puzzle. Because there's like a maze and there's walls of water and stuff that you have to try and avoid. And like get around to make your way through the maze. But it's not terribly difficult as long as you know, or as long as you're paying attention to like what's going on. I'm going to go ahead and grab a full heal here for safety, as well as these X speeds up here. We bought a bunch of X attacks and X special attacks, but we didn't buy any X speeds, and that's because X speeds actually aren't available yet in the shop. They are not available until we make it to Hammerlock, so it's these are the only 2 X speeds we have, and the first fight we need the X speed for is going to be the Nessa fight. If we had better speed, we'd be able to not use the X speed, but unfortunately our speed is pretty bad. Alright. So now that I've explained and hyped up the Nessa fight, or explained the gym and hyped up the Nessa fight, I can start talking about what I'm actually going to be doing. So, the main problem with Nessa is her ace, which is the Dreadnought. Dreadnought is a water rock Pokemon. It's a new Pokemon introduced in Generation 8. And it is an absolute tank on the physical side. It is very high physical defense. Because it's Dynamaxed, it's going to have much more HP than it's supposed to have. So we need to do a lot of damage to it. We're going to be using that move I mentioned earlier, Reversal. Reversal is a move that does more damage the lower health that we are at. So we're going to try to take a bunch of damage to get ourselves down to like 6 HP, roughly. And then use Reversal at +4 attack. And with my current attack stat, it's a range to kill the Dreadnought. It's a very good range, but it's still a range, so I'll absolutely be saving before that fight. But yeah, so I'm going to have to pay attention to how much damage I take outside of the Nessa fight, how much damage I'm going to be taking during the Nessa fight. My HP really matters. My defense stat really matters. So it's a very important thing. There's a bunch of different ways I can like try and stall to take more damage. I might get it to a point where I'm gonna take more damage, like I'm gonna die, but I still need to take more damage, so I can use an X defense to take half as much damage. I've got this little chart next to me that I can look at to see exactly what I need to do at what HP values, but oh, actually, one of the first things I need to do is figure out what my HP is going to be. Because this is actually percentage-based. It's not saying, like, if I have less than 6 HP. It's if I have less than 10% HP. So I have 64 currently. That's good. Okay. Okay. So my defense is fairly high. But if I level up here, I need to see what it is, because it actually really matters. 42, okay. Alright. So, I'm going to rattle off a bunch of numbers for you guys. I expect everybody in the chat to memorize this for me. Alright? We have a deal, guys? Alright. So, Arrokuda is the Pokemon we're going to be setting up on. Arrokuda is going to be doing 9 to 11 damage. 12 is a max roll, so every damage roll has like a 1 in 16 maximum roll. It's a very rare thing, but we typically omit those from damage ranges because, like, you know, just don't get unlucky. Forehead. And then if I use an X defense, it's going to be doing 6 damage to me. So I need to get down to 6 HP. If I'm at 12 or higher, I can stall. If I'm between 7 and 11, I can X defend. All right, easy enough, guys. It actually wasn't all that bad to try and memorize. I have it next to me, so if I have to like glance at it, I can. It's just a little bit nicer.
I already lost it.
It's all good. All right. Unfortunately, dying on a gym battle is really unfortunate because, like, you have to go through this entire cutscene every time. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to use Burn Up. Mainly because we want to get rid of our fire typing. We're going to be taking a lot of damage if we don't. And Goldeen has a move called Water Pulse. Water Pulse has a 30% chance to confuse us, and confusion is very bad. We did not get confused, which is awesome. And now that we are no longer a fire type, the AI is actually going to prefer Horn Attack, because Horn Attack deals more damage to us. We get rid of the Goldeen as fast as possible, because even though she prefers to use Horn Attack, there's a possibility of her using Water Pulse, so we just get rid of her as fast as possible. Now we have Arrokuda. Arrokuda is either going to be using Aqua Jet or Bite. Both are going to be dealing the same amount of damage, roughly. There's like small one-off differences. But we're going to do the rest of our setup here. So we're going to use another X attack, so now we're at +4. I'm going to go ahead and use an X speed. And then, depending on what my health is, 18, I'm actually going to just use another X attack. That's going to guarantee the range. And then if we're at 6 HP, we're good. We're at 6 HP, so we are good. I'm going to use Extreme Speed. I have to use Extreme Speed here because the Arrokuda has Aqua Jet, which is also priority, but my priority is faster than hers. And then now I'm set up to one-shot this Dreadnought with a 150 base power reversal. So it's a very cool fight. It's a fight that absolutely takes a lot to understand, but once you understand it and have like a general idea of the different strategies, the different ways to stall and stuff like that, it's a really cool fight.
While we wait for the Dreadnought's demise, is there time for re-donations?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure, because we had a donation earlier that you might see that the donation tracker going up. It was like $23 by Poke Hero. That's Pokemon block is cool. Do you guys like Pokemon? I like Pokemon. Petite Cup in Stadium, please, and thank you.
I like Pokemon.
So do I.
All right. And so now we get one of those free heals. So even though we were down at like 6 health, we're back at full health. So there we go. Another question we actually usually get about that fight is why don't we just Dynamax? And the big reason we don't Dynamax is fighting type Dynamax moves actually... So normally Dynamaxing, like the Dynamax moves are more powerful than their alternatives. They always gain like a insane power boost. Like I think Max Flare, so Flamethrower for example is 90 base power. Max Flare off of Flamethrower is like 130.
Yeah.
With fighting type and poison type max moves, they actually don't go up, or they don't go up, like sometimes they go down in power. And the balance...
There's a reason for that.
What was that?
Sorry to interrupt, because there's a reason for that, because both poison and fighting types, they raise your attack and special attack stats, so that's why they are capped. The max Ooze and max Knuckle are capped in 95.
Yeah, exactly. So our reversal being 150 base power is significantly more powerful than max Knuckle would be off of the reversal. So it's absolutely worth it to do it like that. Okay, so we're gonna buy 4 of these and then like 13 of these. Energy roots and heal powders and stuff, those are herbs that will... They have the same effect as like full heals and super potions. Specifically those two are the 2 I bought. But they're a lot cheaper. The downside to them is they're like bitter, so your Pokemon don't like them and become less friendly with you, but friendship doesn't matter for the speedrun. So we'd rather like use the most cost-effective healing item. So here's Beat again. Very similar team to last time. Basically the same strategy as last time. Just use an X special attack and then sweep. The one downside, or one thing with this fight, is we are going to be slower than the Ponyta, so we're going to take a little bit of damage. But it's not that big of a deal. And then this next fight coming up is another math fight. It's another fight we have to use reversal on. However, we should be fine. Like it takes a little bit to set up the reversal that you need, but once you have it set up, it's fine. And then this here is the one place where that extra experience might help me. If I can level up here, I can go for earlier rare candies, which is nice. If I don't, I have to do late ones, like which is what is planned. But we'll see. Oh, I leveled up. All right, that's actually really good. Yeah, so I can use 2 rare candies here, and that is going to make this fight even easier, actually. I'm also just going to save here. It's not a terribly dangerous fight. I would just rather have a save. I used an extra X item, so I don't really have a ton of X items to spare. Okay. No! Oh my god. Alright, remember when I said earlier, rapid spin, please? Oh, flame charge. That actually worked out in my favor. Remember when I said that sometimes the controller likes to flick back and you end up selecting the wrong move? Yeah, that just happened. And the main reason why this is actually pretty bad is because I activated Carcoal's ability Steam Engine, which boosts it to +6 speed immediately, so I had to... it was going to be faster than me and KO me. I did actually forget that I had... because I used Burn Up, I was no longer weak to Ancient Power in SmackDown, so I actually could have lived, but... whatever, we got through the fight, it's fine. Gonna go ahead and heal up again. This fight here is probably the worst fight for Sobble in the sword route. However, for this route here, it's really not too bad. It's another one of those double fights where Hop is our partner. And if he decides to help us, then it can be a very fast fight. If he decides to be an idiot, then it's not fast at all. Oh yeah. Deathline mentioned, I equipped the Silk Scarf, so my normal type moves are now going to be boosted by 20% instead of my fire type moves. This entire section I'm going to be using normal type moves almost exclusively, so... go ahead and use another X attack here. Who the Wooloo decides to attack here tells me who I'm going to attack. So now I'm going to attack the Thievul. This is sort of like a standard fight, what you expect. Ideally, the Wooloo uses another double kick here. And obviously, we'll have to attack the Linoone. My attack got dropped. It shouldn't be a big deal. You want to get rid of Liepard as fast as possible when it comes out. So you might think, oh, the Linoone can drop your attack. Why don't you get rid of it instead? The Liepard has Sand Attack and likes to use it. Lanoon also has Sand Attack, but doesn't really like to use it for some reason. So it's usually safer to leave around. This was not a bad fight at all. Oh wow, I'm surprised that lived. Well, it went down anyways. Honestly, a typical fight there, actually the Wooloo goes down. So, Wooloo living made that fight pretty fast. So now that fight is done, I'm going to go ahead and pick up another one of those type enhancing items. This time I'm going to be picking up the Soft Sand, which is the type enhancing item for the ground type. Okay. That was kind of a sketchy pass. That is a spinner, but because of like the time it took me to get through the entire Galar Mine 2, he's always in the same position. However, I kind of like took it kind of wide, so I thought he might actually spin and hit me. Hitting him in the sword route is fine because he has like an Onyx, so you can just take him out, but in this route, it's kind of really bad. Yeah, I haven't mentioned it yet, but I know there's some people in the chat who have already started talking about it. There is a third competitive route for these games, and it is what we call Candy Floss route. Candy Floss is the nickname given to the in-game traded Cottony that evolves into Whimsicott. That gets given to you in Hulbury for trading a Minccino. So, that is another common competitive route. It's widely regarded as the most beginner-friendly of the three routes, just because the Cottony and Whimsicott that you get always has the same stats, so you never have to worry about like you kind of run two Pokemon. You run that along with the Ninetales, but you only have to worry about the Ninetales' stats. The Whimsicott stats are always the same, so you can have like not the same run every time, but like you never have to worry about risk management with bad stats and stuff like that. Alright, so here's Marnie. First time we're fighting her. It is actually faster for, like, we can save a turn by setting up on the special side instead. However, if we do that, then we get outsped by Marnie's Morpeko, and while she doesn't have as much flavor text as Hop does, when her Morpeko uses a dark move, Bite in this instance, she has a little bit of flavor text, so it ends up being faster to waste a turn and KO the Morpeko before it can use a move. Alright. So I am just shy of level 25. And the reason why that is important is for this next gym. So the gym challenge here in Motostoke, Motostoke is the fire-type gym. The gym challenge here is actually one of my favorites in terms of its creativity. It's not very exciting, unfortunately, but I think it's pretty creative. Basically, you have to, in order to get into the gym leader and face the gym leader, you have to get 5 points. And the way that you gain points is by battling wild Pokemon with other trainers. So you gain 1 point if you defeat a wild Pokemon. You gain 2 points if you catch a wild Pokemon. We got those 3 Quick Balls earlier, so we are going to try to catch as many Pokemon as we can. We're going to try to catch 3 Pokemon. We'll get 6 instead of 5, but whatever. However, the Pokemon that we're trying to catch are a Vulpix that's level 24, a Sizzlipede that's level 25, and a Litwick that's level 25. There is something in this game that we're going to be very, very aware of later on that changed in this game, and that is Pokemon that are higher level than you are obscenely hard to catch. I'm talking like take the normal catch rate formula and then multiply it by 1/10. And that's how hard it is to catch things that are higher level than you are. The Vulpix is level 24, so we can catch it just fine. But we actually can't catch reliably the Sizzlipede or the Litwick yet. So I candied twice to make sure I hit level 24. And I'm actually going to hit level 25 after catching the Vulpix. So I'll be able to just catch 3 things. The standard like record route for this game would actually catch 2 Vulpixes. It would only candy once, catch 2 Vulpixes, and defeat the Sizzlipede. However, the main problem with that is the Sizzlipede has a chance to not get one-shot by you. And if that ends up happening, then your PP is kind of tight in this section. So you end up running out of extreme speeds, and it's kind of crappy. Whoops, ran into a cone. You would think that those cones would just fall over, but no. But yeah, we specifically want Quick Balls. Quick Balls are increased catch rate on the first turn of battle. And it guarantees all 3 of these catches. So if we threw any other kind of ball, it would not be guaranteed. And you'd have RNG here. So that is the gym mission cleared, and now we go into the actual Kabu fight. Because of my increased level here, this fight is relatively free. I think... I don't want to say anything, but I think the only way this can go wrong is if I get crit every turn I get damaged. And that's not an exaggeration. Yes, I really want Kabu to do the thing. So this is the only time where Dynamax or Gigantamax Pokemon should be able to use a move against us. We have no way of one-shotting the Centiskorch. It is awful typing for us to deal with. It's Fire Bug. It has Flash Fire, which means it's immune to our fire moves. So we're going to be using Extreme Speed, but even at +6 attack, well, I guess technically +5 because we get intimidated. But at almost maximum possible attack, we can't one-shot it. So instead we two-shot it, means it gets a move off. It's either going to use Max Flutterby, which is a bug-type move, which doesn't do a lot, or G-Max Centifuego. Centiferno, that's what it is, not Centifuego. What am I talking about? And if it decides to use that, it's really funny. So we'll see. It might not, because it just triggered my Flash Fire, so now the AI knows. I know what the move does. I just don't know what it is. Like, how to say it. Yes, G-Max Centifuego.
It actually sounds better than the original one. And also, all the G-Max moves are so weird to remember.
Yeah. I know some of them that come up a lot in competitive are really easy to remember, like G-Max Wildfire. That's easy enough to remember.
Yeah, Charizard used all the time. Then the one of Coalossal is mostly used.
Yeah, Vocalith.
But then the rest, basically, you rather prefer to use regular D-Max than the actual G-Max because they are better, like Duraludon. You prefer Max Wyrmwind than the actual G-Max Dragon.
Right. Alright, so let's see what happens. So, like I said, we're going to extreme speed. It's not going to kill it. Ah, he didn't do it. So, it's funny when he uses his special G-Max move because he has like a little cutscene. And then when he actually uses it, it does nothing because we also have Flash Fire, so Fire-type moves do nothing to us. But that's okay. Kabu down. Like I said, it's a very, very easy fight with this candy route, so it's really cool. All right, so that's 3 gyms down. So now that we've done with the first 3 gyms, you probably haven't seen it, but whenever I fly, we get to see like the town map. We've made a complete loop on the bottom of the map, so now in order to progress with our gym challenge, we have to go back to the wild area and make our way all the way up to Hammerlock. Hammerlock is the next town, next like wild area hub, so that's where we're heading. I'm going to go ahead and do a bit of menuing first. We're going to give the charcoal back to Arcanine, and then we're going to go ahead and deposit everything and move onward. I need to remember that my menu is on Pokemon Camp because I'm going to forget that and accidentally go in there later on. So this is just Kabu and the other 2 gym leaders explaining what I just explained to you guys. Now that we're done with the first 3 gyms, we can move on to the next section of Galar, where the rest of the gyms are. So now that we're in the wild area, Bede is going to show up again, and Bede's actually going to challenge Hop to a battle, which is not really relevant for the speedrun, but is kind of relevant story-wise. Hop is about to get demolished in a battle, and it's sort of going to send him into a character development, like, it's going to, like, bulldoze him into character development where, because he got demolished, he thinks his team sucks, and he's going to keep trying new teams out. So the next 2 Hop battles we do are going to have almost no Pokemon that we've seen before. The only ones that are consistent from like each one are his starter. He's going to keep his starter for everything. So it's kind of a cool thing. Oh no, I died. Whatever will I do? Again, we can just Death Warp across the wild area. This Death Warp saves a lot more time than the other one does. The hardest part of the run is actually selecting Hammerlock there. Did I run? Did I not actually bike to the Mudsdale? Wow, I'm bad. Yeah, so here's Bede saying that he beat Hop. Because Hop is bad, as we know. Alright. Just checking some stuff. Alright, yeah, so now that we're in Hammerlock here, we're going to get a bunch more plot. It's not really relevant. We start learning about sort of like the history of Galar. We start learning about this thing called the Darkest Day. We just want to get on with our gym challenge, so it's fine. Oh, my boosts are going to be all messed up. I'm not supposed to boost there. I'm supposed to boost here. Actually, I think this is going to make my boosts line up for something that I don't normally go for. So, there is a trainer that is possible to be skipped. We don't know why, but you can just bike right past her. It's been done a few times, never consistently. I will get to go for it because my boosts are going to line up, I think, perfectly to go for it. Oh, no, they aren't. Never mind. I'll still go for it, but I'll have to adjust my boosts to try for it. Yeah, exactly, Ryzakin. Let the adults handle the situation. You go get your gym badges. The game literally says that. Alright, so I'm going to go... This is where we can buy X speeds, finally. But I'm actually going to buy guard specs. I'm going to buy 1 X accuracy. Whoops. And then Dusk Balls. And then we're going to go back to the move relearner. And we're going to get rid of Reversal. We don't need it anymore. And we're going to teach Flare Blitz. So Flare Blitz is a very powerful move. It is a 120 power physical move. The downside to Flare Blitz is I just went into Pokemon Camp. Like I said, I was going to try not to. The downside is it's a recoil move. So 1/3 of the health that we deal in damage is going to be dealt back to us in recoil. So it's a move you're going to want to use sparingly, but when we use it, it's very powerful.
I guess, excuse me, I guess while we learn more about Galler's history that we are skipping, is a good time to plug in the incentive for the name of Excadrill, that we still are taking donations for it, and as well for the rival's name in Pokemon Red and Blue, and the file name of For the Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. Every donation will go straight for direct relief. That is a humanitarian aid organization active in more than 80 countries.
Yeah, we have about a half hour or so for the Excadrill name. So, get those in there. Alright, so if I'm going to do a Nita skip, I need to not boost here, so I'm not going to press B. Alright, cool. Worth noting, if I do happen to hit or like get a Nita skip, I'm actually gonna go back and fight her because my experience will be all messed up if I hit it, so I'm not gonna do that. Okay. So more Team Yell fights, not a big deal. The cool thing about this route is there's always Harsh Sunlight. So Arcanine's really gonna gain a boost. Like Harsh Sunlight boosts all of our fire moves by 50%, I think. So, I think it's 50%. It doesn't double it. So, we're able to take out a lot of these Pokemon that we otherwise would have to, like, set up maybe an X item on. On the flip side, in the Sobble Sword route, this route is kind of a pain because you want to be using your Water-type moves, but now Intense Sunlight is out, and they are no longer very effective. So, The Saba route actually does a really cool thing here, and we'll get the Rain Dance TM. It's available in the shop that we just passed. But the Sunlight helps us, so we're gonna take it. That's a really good miss, actually. So Anita is the next trainer. She's the one we're going to try to skip here by strategically boosting through her vision somehow. We don't know exactly how it works. But yeah, so we're going to try to skip past her. She has a Clefairy and a Clefable. And most of the ways that you get through this fight require you to like set up a turn and basically give them... They both just know Metronome. So really any move can get used against us. And that is very scary. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to try to use Flare Blitz to KO both of them. It's going to be a range on Clefable. But because I'm at full health, I don't have to worry about like recoil killing me or anything like that. And there are very few moves that Clefable rolling would actually cause an issue. So, alright. I didn't get past her. I need a save file at this point so I can try doing the skip over and over again, but... Alright. Go ahead and Flare Blitz, and then I'm also going to look at my stats for the next fight. Oh yeah, we're going to go for that. Easy. Cool. That was a very good range. It was better than 75%, but it's still kind of scary to go for. And this next fight here is the other fight, in addition to Nessa, that we defensively use Burn Up. So, Artist Duncan is a heck of a fight. Oh, I ran into a Dugtrio. Dugtrio is the worst thing to run into because of two different reasons. One, it's faster than you, so you sometimes can't run away. And two, it has the ability to have Arena Trap, which means I can't actually run away from it. This route is another route that is kind of tough to get through without taking an encounter. But yeah, Artist Duncan is a fight that pretty much every route struggle with in some regard. For either the coughing that leads or the Sudowoodo that comes out second. Coughing has a move called Smokescreen. Smokescreen will lower your accuracy, meaning that your moves are just way less likely to hit. It also has Haze, which means that if you had to set up to take out the Coughing, you can't, because it can just get rid of your stat boosts. The Sudowoodo has Rock Slide and loves to use it. Rock Slide is super effective against us and will do about 85 damage to us, and we have 93 health right now, or 92 health, I think. So what we're going to do is use Burn Up. That way, Rock Slide does half as much damage as it normally would. And then I'm going to finish it off with Flamethrower. This could be a range. That was actually a pretty good range that I just missed, so that's unfortunate. I did re-equip the Charcoal, right? Well, I need to unequip the Charcoal now, so whatever. But yeah, so that fight can go pretty poorly if you have bad stats, but luckily mine were good enough that I was able to live there. I'm going to duck into Stow on side there. That's the next town that we're going to. But I'm actually going to leave immediately I go in there to register the fly point so I can fast travel there in a second, but I want to grab an item here. Alright, so we are going to go ahead and heal. I do have the charcoal on. I don't know why I did way less than I thought I was going to. Oh. Ran right into that table. Alright, cool. So my speed is pretty bad, so I re-equipped the Silk Scarf for this fight. It is better for me to have the Silk Scarf on because I want to be using extreme speed. I don't want to use an X speed on this fight. But in order to outspeed both the Cramorant, well, the Thwackey is pretty unlikely for me to want to use extreme speed against, but the Cramorant I do want to use extreme speed against. So in order to one-shot it at +2, I need to have the Silk Scarf on. Cramorant has... Alright, cool. It didn't go for it. Cramorant has the ability Gulp Missile, which means whenever it uses Dive or Surf, it, like, gets a fish in its mouth. And then when it gets hit the next time, it will spit the fish out at you. And the fish will deal damage and also lower your defense. So... if we see Dive turn 1, it's actually a pretty scary fight. But luckily we didn't see it. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of the Silly Cobra here with Flare Blitz. Thwackey is going to be faster than us and deal some damage. It looks like it's going to do about 34 max. I didn't see what my health is. Easy. So we'll go for Burn Up here. It decided to use his Grass move, which means it's not going to deal that much damage to us. If he decided to use Knock Off instead, it would have done a lot more, but we're good. And then the final Pokemon here is Toxel, which we can just use Extreme Speed. I thought it was on Flare Blitz for some reason, so that's why I took that menu really slow. Alright, cool. That extra candy that we picked up, it's worth noting that I have to pick it up because I'm doing this candy route specifically. There's a chance I need to use... There's a chance I don't need both candies that I have, but there's a chance that I do need them both, and... For marathon safety, it's totally worth me grabbing that extra one. It's about a 20-second, 25-second detour. It's really not too bad. Make sure I re-equip the charcoal here. And this is the 4th gym. So the 4th gym is the first gym that is different between Sword and Shield. Here we're going to be facing Alistair, the Ghost-type gym leader. In Sword, you'd face B, the Fighting-type gym leader. This gym, the first trainer in the gym, is one of the reasons why Sobble prefers Sword. The first trainer here has 3 Pokemon. All of them are Ghost Grass type Pokemon, so Sobble kind of struggles with them a little bit. It's also worth mentioning that the first fight here has 3 Pokemon. The first fight here in Sword has 2 Pokemon, so you actually save a Pokemon by playing on Sword. But yeah, other than that, the gyms are identical. So the puzzle here is going to be the same in Sword and Shield. It's just going to be themed a little bit differently. Instead of being like ghost monster hands, you have boxing gloves in the other game. Alright, so I did this first room pretty poorly actually, but kind of saved it at the end there. Alright, yeah, so these Ghost Grass Pokemon, not an issue at all for Arcanine to deal with, so just gonna go ahead and destroy them. Alright. So the first room in this gym is probably the hardest of the bunch. This one is, I guess in my opinion, next hardest. It's not really difficult. It's just, it's easy to accidentally like clip a wall when you don't mean to. But if you just time it right, you can usually get through pretty well. In order to spin the teacup, you have to just like spin the sticks. So, and which stick you choose doesn't matter. I personally spin with the right stick, but you can use either one. This is Galarian Corsola. Kind of cool. It decided not to use Ancient Power, which is cool, but you still did take quite a bit of damage. And this is one of those cases where we use Burn Up just to get like a little bit extra damage there at the very end of the fight. Whoops, whoops, whoops. I know, definitely. That would be awesome. There is a way that you can skip. So, like, at the very end of this section, there's, like, it's basically scripted. Like, you get hit by these, like that. You can actually skip getting hit by any of these, but it ends up being slower than just allowing it all to happen. Alright. So here's Haunter. We are slower than Haunter, but not slower than the Drifblim, so we don't have to use an X speed here. I can just use an X special. And now we are at very low health. It is worth pointing out, because you guys are sort of talking about it in the chat, there is a way to like go out of bounds in the game, but it doesn't appear to be useful for speedruns. Mainly because while Game Freak does, you know, obviously the game allows for you to go out of bounds unintentionally, Game Freak is very rigorous when it comes to like progression flags. So like you might be able to get to like Stow on side early, but you wouldn't actually be able to do anything there. You'd have to go back and actually progress the story still, so it's kind of unfortunate. There are no glitches that are useful in this run. There's one borderline glitch, I guess you could say, that we use in this to skip a single trainer, but it's like, it's more of abusing a mechanic than an actual glitch. You guys will see it when we get there. This fight's pretty straightforward. Basically go to +3 or +6 special attack, +1 speed, and then you can go ahead and sweep. If you have really good special attack, you can set up a little bit less, but my special attack isn't amazing, so. Yeah, exactly. It's more of an exploit than a glitch. You're abusing the game a little bit. It's hard to explain. You guys will see it. It's in the not the next gym, the gym after it. This fight here is also another reason why Sword is typically thought of as being faster. Like when there's a common category extension that we use in Pokemon games, and especially in Generation 8, the concept of alternate main Pokemon. So the idea behind an alternate main Pokemon is you essentially ban the Pokemon that we normally use and try to use something else that would be interesting and fast, or in some cases interesting and slow. And we typically for alt mains, like Sword is the default game you go to, and you only go to Shield if you like really have an issue with the Sword trainers. This Mimikyu is a good reason why, because even if you're set up to like +6, it still has the ability to disguise. So you're guaranteed to waste a turn on it. Gym Leader theme is amazing. Is a banger, for sure. A lot of the music in this game is really good. I'm personally not like the biggest fan of it, but I know a lot of people like Marnie's theme. Not that I'm not a fan of it, I enjoy it, it's just not one of my favorites in the game. I personally really like the tournament theme, so it's called Tournament in the game, but it's the essentially like the Elite Four of the game. The Battle Tower theme is insanely good. It's a shame we never get to hear it in speedruns. But yeah, overall the music in this game is really solid. All right. Rose's theme is really good. The entire like end section where you catch the legendary, like that theme is really good. Battle Tower does get a little old if you listen to it too much, but if you haven't listened to it in a while, it's really good. Alright, so more plot stuff here. We're gonna find Bede defacing some ancient mural to try and find more wishing pieces, I think it is. Chairman Rose had told him to try and find some wishing pieces, and going about it the whole wrong way. So we're gonna go up here and defeat Bede, and then after we defeat him, the authorities are going to step in and actually kick Bede from the gym challenge. So it's kind of an interesting little section here. This fight can be a little bit annoying depending on what Pokemon you're using. Luckily, we have Flare Blitz, which just demolishes the first Pokemon. But the Duosion that he leads has both Light Screen and Reflect, which will basically take any special damage or physical damage, respectively, and make it do way less. So we actually don't have to set up on the Duosion. We can just use Flare Blitz to KO it. And then we set up on the Gothorita instead. Cool. Alright, so Ponyta is gonna outspeed me. It shouldn't be able to KO me. And a lot of times the Ponyta is stupid and decides to use agility when it's already faster than I am, so. Yeah, see? Great AI. 10 out of 10. The AI in these games is actually not that bad. Sometimes it's fairly random, like they'll just pick like a random move, but a lot of times they'll do like the AI is typically smart enough on like a standard like random bug catcher, for example, or like a youngster. The AI is just going to be random. It's going to use a random move, and that's that. For more important fights like gym leaders, important bosses, your rival sometimes, they're going to have AI that's a lot smarter. They're going to use whatever move deals the most damage. And the way that it knows what kind of damage it's going to deal is it will actually run a damage calculation. And the damage calculation it runs is independent of the damage calculation that gets done when he actually uses the move. So because of that, you can have the AI do some really weird stuff. Like, for example, if there's a move that has a high critical hit chance, when it does the pre-roll for the damage calculation, there's a chance it rolls a critical hit as well. And then when it decides to use the move, it does like no damage. So those are hard to plan for, but important to know, if that makes sense. So like all the fights where that matters, like we account for, but it's just like a little interesting AI quirk. Yeah, so like these are the dog Pokemon that we saw earlier, but now the game is like, these are the mythical Guardians of Galar. They don't actually exist. Plot in this game is so frustrating. Alright, pick up that max revive there for safety. The game actually gives us a ton of revives throughout the entire run, but having a max revive specifically, normally a revive will only heal you up to half health. Having a max revive will heal you to full. So that can be very useful. We're able to pass that double battle. We passed another one earlier because we only have one Pokemon in our party. If we had two Pokemon, we'd have to fight it, but alas, we do not. And now we're going to the 5th gym. This is going to be the last gym that we fight with Arcanine. So any last-minute donations that you guys want to do for the Excadrill name, this is your chance. In, like, not even that long. I don't know exact numbers. This splits, like, 10 minutes and then, like, maybe 15 minutes from now. We'll be getting the Excadrill, so last minute snipes, go for it. This gym here is the fairy gym. Opal is the gym leader. We've seen Opal a couple times. She's sort of there. This gym challenge is probably the most lackluster of the bunch. Basically, she is trying to retire, and she needs a trainer worthy of taking over her position in the gym. So she's basically holding like auditions, and we're also given quizzes throughout the battles, and the quizzes are very straightforward questions, and if you get the question correct, you gain a stat boost. If you have the questions wrong, you gain a stat lowering. Typically, we're going to want to get the stat boosts. Occasionally, it doesn't matter. So you might see me just mash A and get the question wrong. But for the most part, we're trying to get them right. Pro tip, the answer to the first question is is both of them. The answer to every other question except for the very last one is the second answer. Alright. Go ahead and burn up here. We gained a attack boost, so we can one-shot that.
Funnily enough, I always YOLO those questions on my casual playthrough.
Yeah, they're some of them are just unfair. Like, what's my favorite color? Like, how am I supposed to know what your favorite color is?
Or how is supposed to remember the name of the trainer I just battled?
Right. Yeah, that's this one. What's your previous trainer's name? It's Annette. so we can do that. I had to answer this one correctly because I got Cotton Spore. Basically reverts my speed back to where it's supposed to be. This is the one question you can just get wrong, and it doesn't matter. Also, if you have good attack, you can get the next question wrong, but my attack isn't good enough to risk that. I got every question on Opal wrong as well, except for, or casually, except for the very first one, which you can't get wrong because there's one answer. Or there's two answers, but they're both correct. And I had thought about each question, too. When it says, like, what's her favorite color? I was like, it's purple, or it's pink, because pink is everywhere. But no, it's actually purple. Alright, this Morgrim can be kind of a nuisance. Has the ability Prankster, which makes status moves go first. Or status moves have priority. It has Flatter, which is a move that will confuse you, so it can be kind of bad. I am now confused, but I got through the Morgrim. I'm going to heal to full. Should I heal? I'm going to heal my... I'm going to heal my Confusion off. I took the special defense boost, so I should take less damage. Let's go ahead and full heal here. Charm lowers my attack, so that's unfortunate. And I can just two-shot, that's fine. This would be a range with Flare Blitz, so getting charmed and having my attack lowered meant I wasn't going to one-shot anymore. Alright. Now we're going on to Opal. This is one of the few places where we might actually see me Dynamax. This fight can go a couple of different ways. Hopefully it goes well. But we're going to do a little bit of menuing. I have to heal. I'm also going to teach Will-O-Wisp. Not for this fight, but for a fight coming up. And then I'm going to go ahead and save. All right. So, like I said, there's a few different ways this fight can go. It really depends on what happens on turn 1. I'm going to use an X attack, and that means the Weezing is going to have a chance to damage us. It's going to use Sludge. If it poisons us, we have to play this fight very differently. But if it doesn't poison us, then we can play it in a different way. So here's my X attack. It used Sludge. It crit us with Sludge. Did not poison us, though. Okay. She is the wizard. 32... Hold on. 32 and 38 is not 63, so I actually can't do the normal strat here. I'm going to go ahead and Energy Root. I'm giving myself another chance to get poisoned, unfortunately. But I didn't, which is awesome. Okay. So now we can Flare Blitz. This is a range. It's a very good range, but it's still a range. So we got through it. Very nice, very nice. Here's Togekiss. Togekiss normally would outspeed us, but because we got a speed boost from the question, we are good. We can Flare Blitz this as well. This is going to deal 38 damage in recoil, which is why my health was bad last time. This particular Togekiss has Ancient Power, so we really don't want to be allowing it to hit us. And then Mawile comes out. Mawile has the ability Intimidate, which will lower our attack. We're also at very low health, so we're going to immediately heal. Yeah, so there's the energy root. Now that we're taking basically no damage, we can just go ahead and use another X attack. And then, so we don't take recoil, we're going to use Flamethrower here. And then Flare Blitz on the Alchemy. Alchemy is going to be a range as well. However, it doesn't deal that much damage back to us. So, if we miss the range, it should be okay. But it could also go horribly wrong, so we'll see. We take a lot of recoil because Alchemy is going to have a ton of HP because it's Gigantamaxing. Nice. So there goes Alchemy, and we are officially done with the Arcanine section. So we still have to go catch a Drillbur, so we're not quite switching yet, but very cool. Alright, so Drillbur. Why are we catching a Drillbur? Drillbur is a very good Pokemon. Specifically, Excadrill is a very good Pokemon. It's got a very good typing. It is a Steel Ground type Pokemon. It doesn't have very many weaknesses, and a lot of the weaknesses it does have are to things that we've already dealt with. So, like, we've already dealt with the Fire Gym. We've already dealt with the Water Gym. There is no Fighting Gym in this game. One of the reasons why this route is really good in Shield, but not in Sword. So, we're going to go make a detour to the wild area to catch ourselves a Drillbur. We waited this long to get Drillbur. Both Drillbur and Excadrill are available already, but we waited until now because the Drillbur we're going to catch is going to be level 42 to level 45. And Drillbur learns Earthquake at level 44. Excadrill learns Earthquake at level 51 or 52, I forget which. So it's actually a pretty significant difference. The downside is, as I've mentioned, what am I doing? I'm trying to go... Yeah. The downside is the Drillbur is 7 levels higher than we are, minimum, up to 10 levels higher. So we are going to have a heck of a time trying to catch it because, as I mentioned, Generation 8, they changed the catch rate such that Pokemon that are higher level than you are a lot harder to catch. Drillbur is available here during Sandstorm, so we are going to look for it. It's kind of difficult to spot. There is a Drillbur. There's actually 2 Drillbur, which is really cool. And I'm actually going to change the date. So now that the Drillbur has spawned, it's going to stay there. However, we don't want to deal with sand in the actual battle that we're trying to catch, because then it's going to waste a bunch of time. So I am going to change the date so now we have normal weather. This is a very strong looking Drillbur, which means I can't actually catch this. It is too high level for me. So I'm going to run away, and I'm going to go encounter the second one. Luckily, I saw 2 of them. A very strong looking Drillbur. Alright, cool. I'm just going to reload the game. I need to change the date as well. Actually, back to normal. I'll be quite honest, these are the first very strong-looking Drillbur I have seen in, like, actual months. I haven't... And obviously, it's a possibility. The Drillbur can spawn between level 42 and 47. We can only catch up to level 45 because of the amount of badges we have. But, like, I actually haven't seen one that was too high level in quite a while. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, I still got the encounter. Well, alright, it's sand. Of course it's a wild Drillbur, not very strong. Alright, so this is unfortunate that the sand is out, but We'll be fine. Gonna use an X defense here because the Drillbur used Dig. This Drillbur likely has the ability Sand Rush, making it outspeed me right now. Alright, so we got our Will-O-Wisp off. Did it miss? Oh, I did not miss. Okay, thank God. Alright, so this is kind of scary, but I did just save, so I'll be fine. So we have our Rookidee. Remember the Rookidee from 2.5 hours ago, guys? This Rookidee is very nice for us because if we happened to get a Drillbur that was level 44 or 45, it actually wouldn't know any moves that can actually damage this Rookidee. This one being level 42 does have Rock Slide, so there is a chance that it actually will damage us, but it has to pick one out of the 4 moves, so still a pretty decent chance. And then we have to actually catch this just like that, which is awesome that we actually got it.
That's a Pog.
So yeah, I'm gonna go to a Pokemon Center to rename it, but if you want to get me the Excadrill name, that would be awesome.
Sure, the winning name for Excadrill is Wumbo. W-U-M-B-O.
Alright, very cool. Thank you guys for donating for that. I'm just gonna duck into the center here and do that before I forget. Okay. Very nice. Wumbo Excadrill.
You're reminding that we still have the bid war for the category for Pokemon Stadium between Pika and Petite Cup, and as well the name of the rival for the Pokemon block that currently we have Funny ahead, but you can also put any name fitting in 7 characters to if you want our rival to be named differently.
But yeah, Arcanine will no longer be used as the main force, but it does still make appearances, so it's not gone forever. It's just not as important as it once was. That was a very interesting Drillbur catch situation. Like I said, I haven't run into a very strong-looking Drillbur in a very long time, so I didn't know what to do. I was sitting there, I'm like, wait, what? This can happen? Alright, so more plot stuff. That was actually, I didn't mention it because I was busy thinking about other stuff. That was actually the section where the game literally, there's an explosion that happens in the background. The game is like, oh my god, there was an explosion. And then the game also says, hey, don't worry about that explosion. Let the adults handle it. Just go compete in your gym challenge. Like, quite literally, that's what gets said. So it's kind of funny. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and heal our Wumbo. Need to do more than just that. Soft Sand goes on it. We're also going to use both of our rare candies. Check our stats here. So 71, 93. We are Sand Rush, which is good to know. 71 attack. Wait, was I 71 attack or 71 speed? I was definitely 71 speed. Okay, 71 speed is okay. 71 attack was actually as bad as possible. That's why I was like, wait, what? Alright, cool. Alright, So we're not going to teach Horn Drill. This isn't Generation 1. Horn Drill isn't very good for us. And then make our way to the other side of town. So Excadrill has access to Earthquake. Earthquake is 100 base power, ground type move, so it gains same type attack bonus. And in addition, it's also going to be a spread move. And spread move means in double battles, it's going to hit both opponents. And that's going to be very crucial. There's quite a few double battles that come up at the end of the game. So it's going to be a very, very useful Pokemon for us. It also has access to the move Swords Dance, which is essentially an X attack. Except it's in move form, which means it's a bit faster for us to actually select. So instead of having to go into my bag every time, I can just do that. This fight here is very straightforward. It's get up to +4 attack and then just sweep. Unfortunately, we do have to use super effective moves here, but it's really not that big of a deal. The rest of the hop fights we can avoid super effective moves, but this one we do. And yes, I mean the rest of them. This is the 6th one. There are 8 total. And then, yeah, so I mentioned my ability being Sand Rush. Sand Rush is one of the 2 abilities that Excadrill can have. Excadrill can either have Sand Rush or Sand Force. Sand Rush is definitely the better ability. Sand Force has its moments for sure, but Sand Rush just makes one fight in particular so much better that it's nothing worth resetting over. Like, this is 2.5 hours into the run. But it's, I'm glad I got Sand Rush in a marathon, is what I'll say. Yeah, we didn't actually, I didn't talk about any of the stuff I was going to talk about during the Drillbur catch because we had that whole fiasco. But that Drillbur is insanely hard to catch. Because it's such a high level, it's a higher level than we are. Empirically, meaning, like, we don't know based on the code of the game, but based on some trials that some runners have done, it seems as though a statist, so a burned Drillbur in red health at night with Dusk Balls is about a 20% catch rate. So it's insanely bad, to say the least. And it's very easy to get there and just not catch your Drillbur. That actually kind of happened to me. If you guys watched SGDQ a couple weeks ago, I was the closing run doing this, and that actually happened to me. I basically took forever to catch my Drillbur, so I'm really glad it didn't happen here. Yeah, it seems to be about 20%. It's awful. This route here is kind of a trolley route. It's really easy to accidentally hit a Pokemon. There's a lot of grass you have to go through, a lot of tight corridors. There's one Pokemon in particular, Girder, that can appear here that is, the hitbox does not match the model at all. Pick up the item! Alright. But luckily, Girder is more common in Sword than in Shield, so it's actually fairly rare for us to actually see one. I'm going to go ahead and teach this move. This is Smart Strike. Smart Strike is a pretty powerful Steel-type move. But not more importantly, but one of the nice things about it is it can't miss. So there are some fights where accuracy or evasion are going to come into play, and we can just use Smart Strike to deal with it. And then for anyone trying to keep track at home, my Excadrill is plus speed, so it's got pretty good speed. However, it is 1 speed nature, Or 1 speed. There are 4 girders on my screen. What am I supposed to do here? Wait, hold on. What? That's 5%. How are there 4 of them? It took me a second to comprehend what was happening. All right. No. Turn. Ah, we did it. All right, cool. Only hit 1 of them. I'll take that. I will absolutely take that. That was scary. All right. Anyways, so I am plus speed, but I have a 1 speed IV, so it's as bad as possible, almost as bad as possible, but it is plus speed at least. So that's actually pretty good. And then my attack is neutral, meaning it's not boosted or hindered, but it's 30 or 31 IV, so it's as good as possible. So this is actually a pretty good Excadrill overall. Hopefully my defenses are at least okay, so I don't take a ton of damage, but even if they're not great, it shouldn't be the end of the world. I swear it's like 5% in shield. Boldor and Girder are swapped between the 2 games. So this is the 6th gym. We're in Sirchester now. The 6th gym houses either Ice type for us in Shield or the Rock type gym leader in Sword. The Ice type gym leader is kind of scary, especially casually, because her Gigantamax Pokemon is Lapras, and Gigantamax Lapras has one of the best G-Max moves in G-Max Resonance. It's a move that will basically set up Aurora Veil on their side of the field, and Aurora Veil is Light Screen plus Reflect, so it's really easy way to make a already bulky Pokemon in Lapras even bulkier. There's also a really cool trainer skip. This is the sort of like glitch or exploit we were talking about. The gimmick in this area is there are holes that you have to try and avoid. And as soon as you step on a platform, that's considered a checkpoint. So if you happen to fall into a hole by accident, you basically respawn at your checkpoint. You can sort of tiptoe onto that platform there in front of the trainer before actually fighting him, and then walk and fall into the hole, and then respawn past him. So hitting him isn't that big of a deal. He just has a Snom, which is a bug ice type Pokemon that's useless. But it's obviously faster to just not fight him. Thanks, Deathline. But yeah, this challenge isn't too bad. This area sucks. I really wish games would stop doing things like whiteout conditions. It's not fun. It's also worth mentioning, I mentioned it in the Ghost Gym, but the challenge is the same. It's just themed differently. And in Sword, it's more of like a deserty sandstorm theme, because it's the rock type gym, and it's by far easier to see. The whiteout conditions are far worse than the sandstorm. But yeah, so now we're going into Melanie. Melanie is kind of a difficult fight. It can be very trolly. There are a couple different ways you can handle the fight. I'm gonna use Excadrill only. There is a way that you can use Arcanine in this fight, but I personally don't like it. So I'm gonna save just in case it goes wrong, but it should be fine. All right. Alright, so we're going to start off by getting rid of both the Frostmoth and Darmanitan as fast as possible. Frostmoth has Icy Wind. The main hurdle in this fight is the Ice Q. Ice Q is a new Pokemon added in Generation 8. And it has an ability like Mimikyu's, where it doesn't take damage the first time it gets hit. Specifically if it gets hit by a physical move. If it gets hit by a special move, then it doesn't take effect. However, we have to deal with it. It's also going to start spamming Icy Wind at some point, and Icy Wind can lower our speed. So we're going to start off by using a guard spec here to prevent any speed drops. It used Hail turn 1, which means that the fight is going to go my way. However, it is slow because I'm going to get buffeted by Hail every turn. So, but yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and use... Why is it not using Icy Wind? That's so weird. Freeze Dry is a little bit scary because it has a freeze chance. I'm supposed to use Sword Stance here. Amnesia is fine, it doesn't deal damage. I like how Melanie's making me a liar because she's not doing any of the things I said she was going to. This fight is only bad if she decides to use Hail here or the next turn. Ice Q has 2 forms. When it's in no ice phase, then it gains a lot of speed, so it ends up being faster than us. So that's why she has 2 potential possibilities to use Hail. Luckily, we got Hail very early, so she couldn't use Hail on the bad turn. But we did waste time by actually getting hit by Hail every turn. She used every move that she has. What? And then we can just use Earthquake here. I wish Ice Cube was better. I think it's a cool concept for a Pokemon. It's just not very good. IMO. Wumbo used Earthquake. Heck yeah. Yeah, Ice Cube is basically Mimikyu, but more frail, and also only physical. Alright, so here we're going to go ahead and do some more plot stuff. Here is where we're finally going to make some connections about the sword dog and stuff, because there just happens to be like this sword and shield thing in the back of this random restaurant that we're in. Kind of weird. What was that?
In place in
the ancient tapestry in this restaurant, exactly. So after this little bit, we're gonna get another free heal. So we just got a free heal for exiting the gym, like we did with every other gym. But then the game's going to give us another free heal as we fight Hop for the 7th time. So now Hop is sort of over his like mid-game crisis, and he has finally settled on like his team. So he's got a team that he's really comfortable with. So this is the team that we're going to be seeing from now on. It's not very difficult, and it's finally a case where we can start using moves that are not super effective against us. The main like hurdle with this fight is it's hailing. So like we saw last time, hail is very slow. So it ends up taking a lot of time. The Sobble fight here is faster purely because it's like the same number of turns, but you set up Rain Dance, so you no longer get buffeted by hail every single turn. Alright, so that's fine. And this is also the section where we really need to be careful that we're using the correct moves, and we're not using the wrong move anywhere. If we're missing ranges, we need to like use the right move to finish off the Pokemon. And the reason for that is, I didn't even look at my Twitter. The reason that we need to do that is, the 7th gym leader Piers isn't a typical gym, and we're not actually going to be able to get a free heal on the way in. So all of the moves that we're using are very important. Because of that. I do have the Ether in case I do mess up, but ideally we just don't mess up. All right. And this Corviknight is kind of a wall for us. So we're actually going to Rock Slide it twice. Rock Slide has the added effect of flinching, so luckily we got a flinch there, which is really cool. I actually made a mistake. I was supposed to Smart Strike and then Rock Slide. The downside to Rock Slide, though, is it is only 90% accurate, I think it is. It's either like 80, 85, 90, something like that. So, there's always the chance that it misses, and hopefully it doesn't miss when we need it to not miss. Luckily, there aren't too many, Rock Slides that are, like, detrimental to miss. There are a few that waste time, but there's very few that are actually, like, run-ending. Gonna go ahead and heal up real quick. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna miss everything. Luckily, like, ground is such a good type. Like, it hits a lot of things for at least neutral damage. Things that it hits for super effective damage are, like, really good. Things like steel. There's gonna be a lot of steel types we have to face later on, so, like, we can KO those really easily. But, like, flying type Pokemon, any Pokemon that's not grounded is a Pokemon that we really struggle with, and there are a few of them that are really bad, so. Alright. So don't get Mantine. I'm gonna try. Now that we've helped this doctor friend out again, he's the one who gave us the bike way earlier on. He's going to give us access to the water bike, so instead of having surf like in the old games, our bike gets upgraded, and we can now go over water. This is the only section in the entire game where we have to go over water. There are other places in the game you can go over water, but this is the only section in the story that we have to. And these Mantines and stuff can be kind of hard to avoid, so getting through there, that wasn't bad at all. So this is Spikemouth. It's kind of a weird town. It's more like a corridor than a town. And this is where the 7th gym leader is. It's currently boarded up, but Marnie knows a way in, so we're going to go follow her. Piers, the gym leader, is Marnie's brother, so we can find our way in this way. Oh yeah, big beat 'em up vibes, for sure. This is another gym where there's really no like gym challenge. It's more like fight the trainers, but at least it has like a general theme to it where it's sort of built like a beat 'em up style game. So we fight Marnie 2 more times, including this one. And every time she has the ability to use the move Torment. Torment is kind of a cool move. It's a cool concept for a move. Basically, it means that I can no longer use the same move more than once in a row. I have to continually alternate my moves. So, because of that, we have to be very careful as to not use the wrong move, because like Scrafty, for example, only dies to Earthquake. It doesn't die to Smart Strike. So if we had Earthquake the Liepard instead, we'd kind of not be able to one-shot the Scrafty, and then it would destroy us in return, so... And then one thing that makes Torment like, even worse is that Liepard also has that ability, Prankster, that I mentioned earlier, which means because it's a non-damaging move, it gains priority. So even though we're faster than it, we end up not being able to outspeed it, or we end up not being able to like rely on like, we have to plan as if we're going to get tormented every single time, even if we don't. All right. Let me go ahead and look at... Okay, cool. So this gym here, like I said, it's kind of a beat 'em up style. Another small quirk to this gym is you actually have to have 2 Pokemon in order to enter it. There's one forced double battle. And if you don't have 2 Pokemon, you can't do the double battle. So the game forces you to have 2. The sword route would actually catch something on Route 8, where I ran into that girder. They would catch either like a Pawniard or a Togedemaru. We have our Arcanine still, so we can just sort of leave it there. Typically, you don't want to have too many Pokemon with you that aren't necessary, just because the experience share isn't a thing. Your Pokemon are always gaining experience. However, because Arcanine is a stone evolution, it doesn't learn any moves via level up, so even when it levels up, it only wastes like a couple seconds. So it's better to have with us, even when we don't need 2 Pokemon. And there's actually one fight later on that we need to use Arcanine on again, so... And then just general safety reasons. Yeah, Candyfloss still has Ninetales at this point as well. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and heal for this next fight. This Scrafty is one of the bulkiest things we have to face. Like, we can't one-shot it. It's possible it's a range, but... And actually, with my attack, it's at least a pretty decent range. So... but if I don't hit the range, then it will destroy me back with Brick Break, so I'm just gonna heal up real quick. Getting a little low on healing items, but we're gonna be buying healing items soon, so it's not... Shouldn't be a big deal. Yeah, so when I say range, basically every time the damage calculation is done, there are 16 different values that can be done because there's a percentage that's applied at the end. Anywhere from 85% to 100%. And so when I say range, I basically mean some of those values that got calculated result in a KO and some don't. Oh wait, I need to relook at something. It's fine. Yeah, so that crit actually was necessary to guarantee it. Like, I could have hit the range without the crit, but it was probably more likely to live than to not, so. Alright, so I want to do late. Alright, very cool. Alright, so this is going to be the first double battle we actually do where we're controlling both Pokemon. I'm going to go ahead and not heal here, just because I'm probably going to take damage on this fight anyways. Yeah, I'll heal. Never mind. One of the cool things about double fights is, I don't know when this was changed, because this definitely wasn't the case when double fights were first introduced in Gen 3. But you can actually affect one Pokemon from the other Pokemon's turn. So, like, I healed Excadrill using Arcanine's turn. And that applies to more than just healing items. That applies to X items as well. And that's going to be a very, very important strategy that we're going to use for the next gym. But we'll talk about that when we get there. First, we have to deal with the actual Piers fight. Piers is the Dark-type gym leader. His main Pokemon is Obstagoon. He does not Dynamax, but to sort of compensate for the fact that he doesn't have a Dynamax Pokemon, they added a bunch of bulk to the Obstagoon. The Obstagoon has maximum HP and maximum defense. It doesn't have maximum special defense, so any special attacker here actually has a bit of an easier time. But it's not the end of the world for us. I'm going to save just because there are ways that this fight can go wrong. And yeah, Obstruct is an absolute pain as well. So Obstagoon's signature move is Obstruct. Obstruct is basically a signature version of Protect, meaning it doesn't take any damage, but if you hit it with a contact move while it obstructs, it lowers your defense, which can actually be pretty detrimental. In addition, it has a protecting move, so like our PP has been relatively tight for this section. If we waste our last Earthquake on Obstruct, then we don't have a way to KO the Obstagoon, so we have to play this pretty smartly. My attack is pretty high. Do I go for... That's a 10 and 16. I'm not going for that. Alright. Voiceless singing was indeed said. Alright, so we're going to start off this fight with an X attack. We have Swords Dance, so X attack seems kind of silly. But Scrafty will typically use Fake Out, which means we wouldn't get a move off anyways. Next... Alright, cool. Next, we're going to go for the KO on the Scrafty. This should be relatively good range. It's not even a range for me, yeah. If I had bad attack, it would be a range, but it's always still a pretty good one. Next is the Obstagoon. We're going to go ahead and set up our Swords Dances now. We're going to use 2 Swords Dances, and ideally he goes for either Counter or Obstruct. Obstruct is perfect, because we weren't attacking him anyways. He double obstructed! Oh my god, that never happens. Okay, cool. There's no way he goes for the triple obstruct, right? That is... I've never had a fight that good, I will say. The rest of my split wasn't amazing, so like, it wouldn't be a gold, but like, that fight in particular was incredibly good. Yeah, and the only other thing that can go kind of wrong is the Skun Tank here at the end has Sucker Punch. So if you got hit by Obstagoon a couple times, you could be like at low health and have to heal here, but we don't have to worry about it. Yeah, it's not just a contrary Malamar, it's a Malamar that has Foul Play, which is a move that uses the opponent's attack in the damage calculation. So we went to +5 attack. We would hit ourselves really hard with Foul Play. All right. Alright, so that's 7 gyms down. Typically in Pokemon games, especially lately, there's been a big plot dump after the 7th badge before you get the 8th one. Usually, like, the conflict of the game has been resolved by the time you get your final badge. That's not the case in this game. We're actually going to jump straight into, and the next thing we do is, the next thing that we're going to be doing is actually fighting the 8th gym, so... it's kind of an interesting switch from the usual formula. We don't get our big plot dump until much later. Yes, Team Yell conflict has been resolved. That is true. So, make our way through the tunnel here. Just have to talk to the person on the other side. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, more explosions and... Oh, I made a mistake that I've made before. You have to move like a pixel by the time you get out of the tunnel, otherwise you don't trigger the cutscene. And there are wild Pokemon that can spawn and run into you while you're just sitting there like an idiot. Alright. So, we didn't get a free heal on the way into Piers' gym, but we did get one on the way out, so we don't have to worry about healing. And we're about to walk into another gym, so it's not a big deal. And this is the 8th gym. It's Rayhan. I'm going to call him Ryan. I apologize if people get mad at me. It's just how I call him. So Ryan is supposed to be the dragon type gym leader. However, you're going to notice that his team doesn't comprise of very many dragons. It's like half dragon. And every gym trainer in the gym also only has 1 dragon out of 2 Pokemon. Instead, I like to think of him as like a doubles or a weather type gym leader. You know, those aren't types, obviously, but like that's really what the gym is focused on. Every fight is a double fight, and every fight also features a different kind of weather. So it's kind of teaching us about that. In my opinion, this is one of the best gyms in the game. Just because I think things like double battles and weather and stuff like that aren't really like featured a lot in standard Pokemon. So it's something that's like featured heavily in obviously competitive, like VGC is double battles, weather is a big deal, but like yeah. Also, this is a nice 14-second loading screen to load the smallest room in the entire game. So yeah. Yeah, we're not doing Isle of Armor today. Isle of Armor does have a speed run. If you do it from new game, it's about an hour and a half. It's a pretty cool run, but we just don't have time for it today, so not going to be doing that. I do recommend, if you guys are interested in the Isle of Armor run, though, that you check it out. It's really cool. So this is going to be pretty bad range on Sliggoo, but the important Pokemon that we hit is the Pelipper, so there we go. And this is actually a little bit scary, because I'm going to be using my last healing item here on the Arcanine. After this gym, we buy more healing items, so it's not that big of a deal, but it's kind of scary. So this fight here is kind of an interesting fight. So we don't need any special setup. Like, we're fast enough that we outspeed the Ninetales, and Earthquake is super effective against both of them. However, Earthquake's also super effective against my Arcanine. So we want our Arcanine to live, so we're actually going to use an X defense here on Arcanine, which is interesting to make sure it lives. Turtonator has this move, Shell Trap. It's kind of like counter, but it doesn't live to actually use it, so we're good. And then ideally, Arcanine actually goes down after this fight. We want Arcanine to be fainted. Something that I haven't mentioned because it hasn't come up, is you can't access, you can access your box anywhere except for in gyms. So after this fight, we're actually going to get kicked into the stadium to face off against Ryan. And it's just going to immediately throw us in there. But because we're only going to have one Pokemon alive, because Arcanine has now fainted, it's going to give us a complete full heal of our party, because the game doesn't want us to be sitting there without revives and being like, well, now I have to leave and go heal and come back kind of thing. The game actually just will give us a free heal here, so it's kind of funny. So yeah, this whole section is planned to make sure Arcanine goes down. If Arcanine didn't get KO'd by the Hakamo, it would have... we would have just used Earthquake to finish it off. Alright, so this fight is an interesting fight. There are two different ways you can do this fight. Depends on if you're Sand Rush or Sand Force. I'm actually going to be doing the Sand Rush version of the fight. I only have the Sand Force one written down because I never get Sand Rush. Okay, here it is. So the main difference here, Sand Rush is the ability that is going to double our speed in Sandstorm. If we had Sand Force, it would increase our attack by 30% when we're using Ground, Rock, and Steel type moves, which are the only kind of moves that we actually have. But yeah, so because we're now outspeeding everything here, we can just go ahead and attack the Flygon right away. Flygon has this move called Breaking Swipe, which hits both opponents, which doesn't really matter, but it will lower our attack when it hits us. So there goes Arcanine. Arcanine is down. Not a big deal. My attack is good enough that I can do this pretty safely. But yeah, if I had Stand Force, it would actually be the same number of turns as this fight, but it would be a little bit slower because I would have to actually continually like pump in X items. One of the things that's really cool, and it's unfortunate we're not going to be able to see it during this run, because it's one of my favorite changes that Generation 8 made, is speed updates dynamically. And what that means is, prior to Generation 8, speed was determined at the very beginning of the turn. Speed being what Pokemon moves first, what Pokemon moves second. So in a case like Double Battle, right? You've got 4 Pokemon on the field. It's possible that the speed of a Pokemon changes before it gets to move, but before Generation 8, it wouldn't actually change the order. Now, speed updates dynamically. So if I were to use an X speed from Arcanine into Excadrill, it would take effect immediately instead of waiting until the next turn like it would previously. So you can actually use that to outspeed some things. This is the main fight where that matters. But like I said, I outsped everything anyways because I was Sand Rush, so it wasn't a big deal. Yeah, turn order was like fixed at the start of the run. Or at the start of the turn. And then, yeah, that the VGC comment there is absolutely true. Like, the Tailwind updating your speed immediately is huge for competitive play. Alright. I need to check something. I'm gonna buy some full restores. Not that many, sorry. I'll do 6. That's good. Alright.
Okay, while you check and buy and probably go running through the Victory Road version of this game, mind if there is no donation, but mind if I plug in the next incentives?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure, so please keep donating, even though we already reached a funny number again, because we still are in the bid war between Petit and Pika Cup. Also, we do have the Rivals Name incentive for Pokemon Red and Blue. We still have as well the Witcher bid war between Become Witcher or Kill for Series Fate. Super Metroid Ascent, your usual kill and save the animals. The ball color bid war for Yoku's Island. This monkey bid war in the Super Monkey Ball block. And as well the file name for the Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglasses. Remember that all the donations go directly to Direct Relief, which is an organization. I just lost the paper I have here. It's an organization that does humanitarian and organization aid. Oh, I read that poorly, sorry. Direct Relief is a humanitarian aid organization active in all 50 states in the United States and also in more than 80 countries with a mission to improve the health and lives of people affected by poverty or emergencies, just like the one we are living worldwide with the COVID-19. So please consider that all the help we are getting here today and during this marathon will go straight directly to them.
All right, so like we mentioned, we're on our way to Victory Road. It's more of like a slight hill. And there are a few trainers here. One of the worst trainers is actually this next fight coming up. So I'm going to quickly save. Fun fact, this guy is a millennial. He's staring at his phone. So we can just bike right past him. Yeah, so I'm going to quickly save. This guy has... You can skip him by fighting the other guy, but the other guy is way worse. So we're just going to fight this one instead. So this guy has a Pelipper. We have to hit Rock Slide, and ideally we either KO, which this is a range, or we flinch him. We did not do either. So he used Tailwind, so we're actually going to waste a turn and use an X Speed, because the second Pokemon is also kind of annoying. So here's Water Pulse. Water Pulse hurts. And then we should have Smart Striked. I used Rock Slide again, so I risked missing, but we're good. And then now we can Rock Slide the Noctowl as well. I did deposit my Arcanine because there's a double battle coming up that I need to skip, so that's why this is like a little bit more dangerous than normal. But yeah. So there goes that. I'm going to avoid my encounters here and then not waste my boost before getting into this battle. Okay, Earthquake. I was like, what do I do here? I forget. Okay. So the rest of this is fairly straightforward. If I had bad speed or bad attack, this fight could be kind of scary, but I've got good both, so it's not that big of a deal. I do have to actually, now that I think about it, I have to worry about First Impression, although First Impression doesn't hurt that much. First Impression is a priority bug type move that Phalanx can use, which priority plus the hail can sometimes cause an issue, but it shouldn't do more than like 40 to me. So it didn't even use it, but if it did, I would still live. Both Phalanx and Grapple Locks can be damage ranges, but we don't have to worry about it. And then now we make our way past that double battle that we can skip because Arcanine isn't here. And then make our way into Winden. So there is a relatively new strategy. It's actually not even in the notes yet. That involves buying Carbos. Carbos are vitamins that will boost your speed. They're very expensive and they can actually be really helpful for us. We are going to buy Carbos, but not yet. It's going to be better for us to buy them later. But I figured it'd be worth mentioning it now because this is the first point where you might buy them. And you might think, oh, I thought you said your speed was good. Why are you buying Carbos? To boost your speed? But that's exactly why I'm buying them. There are a lot of things that can outspeed you in this section. From basically here to the end of the run. And by having Carbos, you can outspeed some of those that you would like otherwise have no business outspeeding. Specifically, there's two Pokemon that you cannot outspeed without Carbos. One of those I will be outspeeding with my speed. One of them I won't be, and unfortunately it's the best one to actually outspeed, but all right. So here's the final Marnie fight. I guess I should say, this is like the Pokemon tournament. So there's going to be a Champions Cup. It's going to have all the gym leaders in it. There's one spot that's available in the tournament. And so we're having sort of like a semifinals, quarterfinals kind of thing to determine who's going to take that position. So we're going to go ahead and speed here. And then, again, there's the chance of Torment. We didn't actually get it, which is kind of cool. Unfortunately, it's not going to change my strategies for this fight at all. I'm still going to assume I had Torment, just because it's routed out that way. But the first Marnie fight, someone in chat asking if we've ever had trouble on Marnie fight. The first Marnie fight is actually kind of difficult. Morpeko is not a terribly strong Pokemon, but at that point in the game it is. So, if you're not prepared for it, it can absolutely be a thing to deal with. All these cool Gigantamax Pokemon that we don't get to see them actually use any moves. Oh, man. All right. So there goes Marnie. Now Hop is gonna go take on his semi-final match. And spoiler, he wins. So now we have to face Hop to determine who's gonna move on to the yeah, to determine who's going to move on to the Champions Cup. I am going to have to set up a lot here. The Rillaboom is honestly a problem for Excadrill to deal with. Like I mentioned, we pick Scorbunny for a couple of different reasons. One of those reasons is we give the rival Rillaboom, because Rillaboom is fairly slow, so you can outspeed it typically. However, it's bulky, and it being a grass type, we don't have great moves to deal with it. So Smart Strike is our best bet, and Dynamax Rillaboom has a lot of HP and a lot of bulk to it. So if we had bad attack, it would be kind of a risk, but luckily our attack is pretty good. We do still have to go to +6, and the entire time we're going to +6, this Double is going to be using Body Slam against us. Body Slam has a 30% chance to paralyze. So there's a chance that once we're done with our setup, we get paralyzed, we heal off the paralysis, and then we just continually get in a loop. Luckily, that didn't happen. And now I just basically Earthquake and win. Obviously, I have to switch away from Earthquake for Corviknight, because Corviknight is flying. And then, again, we avoid using a super effective move on the Pincurchin to prevent the extra flavor text. Cool. Nah, no Wailord strats today. Unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, so Rillaboom just goes down. This was honestly, like, a really good fight. As good as you can hope for. The only way this fight is any better is if Wooloo or Double Cotton Guards twice, which you can't rely on that. You can usually rely on it Cotton Guarding once, but not getting paralyzed at all is honestly good enough. And look at that. It's a gold split for me, so there you go. So now that the sort of like semi-final round is over, we are going to deal with, or we've got this little bit of plot that we have to deal with. So Leon is going to take us out to dinner. Hop is over here like, I don't deserve to get taken out to dinner, but you know, he's gonna take us out for dinner. And then we're waiting for him for dinner, and oh no, Leon is nowhere to be found. So, turns out that Chairman Rose, has not kidnapped Leon. He's not done anything malicious yet. He's basically just occupying Leon. Basically, Rose has a problem that he wants Leon to help with. So, he's currently occupied. And when we get outside, we're going to see Oleana being Rose's right-hand woman, basically telling us not to interrupt them because they're having a very important discussion, and she steals the keys to the cable car that takes you over to the Rose Tower, which is where they are. If this plot doesn't make any sense, it's because it doesn't, okay? I'm just going to preface all that. So, we have to beat this guy who steals the key 3 times, get given the key, and then we have to deal with, like, this weird cutscene where we have to we have to distract everybody so we can get into the elevator to the cable car or whatever. Like, it's such a weird concept. And it's like they're just having a conversation. There's nothing malicious at this point. They're literally having a conversation. We're supposed to go to dinner and Leon's not here. That's it. But yeah, you have to find this guy. There are a bunch of normal League employees. This is the one specifically that we're trying to face. We have to fight him 3 times. He gets hidden every time. Luckily, because we are a Excadrill, Excadrill being part ground, having Earthquake, we can take care of these Steel-type Pokemon with incredible ease.
While you take out the Macrocosmos Eric attempting to recover the key, is there any time for a donation?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. So we had a $50 donation, and I'm really loving the nickname and the comment. Is Hugman Bean, and the comment was, "Wait, what? No donations? Is 100% actual human and not a swarm of bees in a human skin suit? Is saddened by that. So our queen has decided that we must donate, and by queen we mean our human brain. Humans donate more, or a swarm of angry bees may come visit you. Think of the angry bees."
Very nice.
That was amazing. Thank you for that beautiful donation and that beautiful comment.
All right. So now that I've taken out Eric twice, I'm gonna actually take a quick little pit stop to the Pokemon Center. Not to heal, but to buy those Carbos I was talking about earlier. I'm gonna buy 15 of them, which seems like a lot because it is. But without going into too much detail and like how the vitamins and EVs and stuff work for stats, this is basically making my speed stat. Let's see, I have 1 IV speed, which means it's almost as bad as possible with a plus speed nature. This is gonna make me as if I'm like a 35 IV speed, even though that's not a thing. Like, that's how good or how much the Carbos help us. We're just over $80 away from our 3rd marathon goal. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's actually a good point. Prior to... Okay, so I guess I have to go into EVs a little bit. So when your stat is calculated, it's not only the IV that matters, but you have a number of effort values, or EVs. And you gain EVs as you defeat Pokemon. Every Pokemon has a set number of EVs that it yields. So a Pokemon that defeats, like a Steelix, for example, probably gains 3 defense EVs because it's so bulky. Fighting something like a Machamp probably gives attack EVs or something. So you gain EVs. How they exactly translate to stats is a little complicated, but basically every 4 EVs matter. So having 4, 8, 12, 16, and so on. And every vitamin you gives you 10 EVs. So I just gave myself 150 speed EVs. Prior to Generation 8, vitamins only worked up to the first 100 EVs. After the first 100, you couldn't use vitamins anymore. They removed that, and you can just feed as many vitamins to your Pokemon as you want. It does cap at 252 for a given stat, and then for 252 for a given stat, and across the entire Pokemon you can only have 510. But like in terms of a speed run, you never get up to that point. Usually you have to do specific training to get your stats up that high. So these vitamins are just super useful, and they're $10,000 a piece, 10,000 Pokédollars a piece. But if you just buy like way less full restores than maximum, you can afford a ton. So for Excadrill specifically, speed is what is the best. Attack doesn't help that much. You would think attack helps a lot more than it does. For Sobble, sometimes you need defense EVs, and other times special attack is really good to get, so... All right. So with my speed, that means I'm going to be outspeeding everything in the game except for one thing, which is really cool. And that one thing I don't outspeed, there's a chance that me being Sand Rush is going to actually help. Yeah, Pokemon actually enjoy getting vitamins. Your friendship actually goes up when you do that, so there is no harm in doing it. No, it's not one. Well, so Sand Rush actually does matter for Ryan too. With my speed, it actually doesn't, but normally it would. This is a Pokemon, or this is specifically a fight that I have a chance of Dynamaxing on, and if I Dynamax, I'll use Max Rockfall, which will set up my own Sandstorm. To be quite honest, I might do it purely for safety because that fight is trash otherwise. It involves hitting a couple of, like, rock slides and things like that. It's a really scary fight. But we're not there yet. We have to deal with this. So this is a whole section where we're just going up the tower with Hop. This Bronzong is one of the worst Pokemon in the entire game for Excadrill. It has Levitate, which means our ground moves don't do anything to it, and it being Steel Psychic means our Rock and our Steel moves aren't doing much either. So we're actually going to swap out to our Arcanine, because Arcanine, being a Fire type, is going to be able to do a lot of damage to this thing. And by a lot of damage, I mean actually just KO it. Straight up. Other than this fight, Excadrill is fine for the rest of them. Like, all these double fights go down to Excadrill relatively easily. The Arcanine is back. Alright. We also get a free heal in between each fight, which doesn't really matter for us. Like, we're not taking a ton of damage on any of these fights. It's just the, you know, really getting a free heal after the last of these fights would really be all we need, but the game gives us one after each one, because that makes sense. All right. The Steelix here has a very good chance of living. Like, it only dies to a critical hit, but it doesn't deal like any damage to us, so it's fine. I got a crit on the Stunfisk, but not on the Steelix. I've never actually crit the Steelix, so it would have been really cool to actually get, but oh well. I should have not earthquaked, but whatever. Earthquaking means the double goes down, which is just like a small little animation optimization. Alright, so this is Oleana. Oleana normally is a pretty scary fight. Not scary, but it can be kind of slow. It's got two very fast Pokemon with Frostlass and Salazzle. It's got a Serena, which doesn't go down to any of our moves very well. Luckily, because of my Carbos, I outspeed not only the Frostlass, but the Salazzle. And Salazzle specifically is a Pokemon that is impossible to outspeed otherwise. I need Carbos in order to outspeed it, so we can actually get rid of the Frostlass. Frostlass has Double Team Witch Control. It's got Will-O-Wisp Witch Control. It's got the Will-O-Wisp Hex combo, so you can take a ton of damage. It's a whole thing. And then we're actually going to set up on the Melodic, which looks kind of scary, but it typically goes for Aqua Ring, which does no damage. It can use Surf, but I would live a Surf, so it's not that big of a deal. And then now we just Earthquake everything except for Serena, which we're going to Smart Strike because Grass resists ground. I do like how I really like Oleana. She's one of my favorite characters in the game. She has all of these like nice, majestic, elegant Pokemon, right? She's got like Frostlass, Salazzle, Melodic, Serena, and then she's got this thing that just completely encapsulates her personality. And this is one of my favorite Gigantamax forms in the game. Again, we don't get to see the move. I don't even know what Gmax Garbodor's move is, but it's kind of cool. It doesn't change all that much, but there's like a boat, there's like a toy plane, there's the substitute doll, there's a Jigglypuff. Actual trash. Yeah, it's just, I think that fight's really funny. It's like all these nice, elegant, lovely Pokemon. And then Garbodor. Alright, so now we have finally interrupted Leon and Rose. We get a glimpse of what they're talking about. There is a movie here that we get skipped, so we don't get to see the whole conversation. But basically, Rose is worried about the fact that the world is going to end, or like the world's going to run out of power or something, in 1,000 years, and wants to do something about it. And Leon's like, bro, that's 1,000 years from now. Don't worry about it. Of course, Rose, being the villain, isn't going to take that as an answer, but more on that later. For now, we're going to go ahead and go do the Champions Cup. Now that we beat Hop in that little quarterfinal, semifinal kind of thing. So we gained access to the Champions Cup, so we're going to go ahead and do that now. It's set up tournament style. The opponents that we face are always the same. It would actually be kind of cool. It'd be really cool casually, but really bad for speedruns if the opponents that we faced were random. Like, oh, this time around, this trainer won. But for us, it is always going to be the same. Oh wait, I just talked to him. There's no... I always forget there's no mashing there. Alright, yeah. So before we actually get into the tournament, we get ambushed by Bede here. Bede has now taken over for Opal as the Fairy-type gym leader. If you know anything about his team, it was primarily Psychic-type. However, he's actually been able to adjust his team slightly. 2 of the 4 Pokemon evolve into Fairy-Psychic Pokemon, and then he's able to add 2 more to the team to round out the fairiness. So we have to take him on. Really not that bad of a fight. It's another one where if you're like really slow, you might get outsped by stuff, but not a big deal. So we take out the Mawile here, primarily because like Mawile isn't necessarily like a dangerous Pokemon. It's just more apt to attack us than this thing. So Gardevoir here very likely will use a move called Wish, which will do absolutely nothing. Can also use Calm Mind, which also deals no damage. I should be using Earthquake just to save super effective text, but I want to make sure I don't forget to switch to Smart Strike for the Hatterene. Don't want to be learning Fissure, so I'm just going to get rid of that. Absolutely incorrect, Ness. Sorry. Yeah, Bede's Ace remains unchanged. I really like... Hatterene might be my favorite Gen 8 Pokemon. I really like it. It's a shame it's not very good right here. It's a very good Pokemon, but it's weak to us, so it just goes down. Very slow, yeah.
And we had an anonymous $1 donation that the only comment was nice. And nice because we got to $1,420.69.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
All right. So this is the worst fight in the run. This is Nessa 2. Nessa comes back with a vengeance, and by God, does she hit hard. So the issue actually isn't the same thing that was the issue before. Like, the issue before with Nessa was the Dreadnought. Here, it's the combination of Golisopod and Barraskewda. Barraskewda is the fastest thing that we face as Excadrill. It has like 155 or 154 speed. It's something stupid. Even with all the Carbos I'm using, I have to have like plus speed 15 IV or higher. It's like kind of ridiculous. So there are 2 different ways to face this fight, mainly because of backup strats if things go wrong. So we're going to be able to set up here on the Golisopod, and if it decides to use a damaging move, which it did not, which is nice, then I would be able to just use Dynamax, use Max Rockfall. Max Rockfall would set up a Sandstorm to make me outspeed the Barraskewda. Instead, I do not outspeed the Barraskewda, and it's going to hit me really hard. But ideally, this is the only thing that actually hits me in the run, or in the fight. So, if I had Sand Force, the fight's actually kind of cool, but like really slow and really scary. Basically, what you would do is actually use Rock Slide on turn 1 against... I just use Rock Slide against this. It doesn't die. It died. Wow. Okay, cool. Anyways, you use Rock Slide against Golisopod. It does about half health. Golisopod has an ability called Emergency Exit, which means when it hits half health or lower, it switches out immediately. So what you do is you force the Golisopod out without it damaging you, set up on the Barrascuda instead with an X defense, that way you take less damage, and then set up on the Sea King after you get rid of the Barrascuda, Golisopod comes back in, you finish it off, then you set up on the Sea King instead. It's a pretty slow fight, but it's you know, it's all you can do if you have Sand Force, because there's just no way to set up to actually be faster than the Barrascuda. And yeah, this is my personal favorite theme in the game. It's like a Gym Leader remix, almost. But yeah, the scary part about that fight is there are a bunch of things that you have to... hit with Rock Slide, and missing a Rock Slide means you die. But that version of the fight with Sand Rush, like... So, the time difference between the fights is actually kind of insane. So if you have to Dynamax, you instantly lose, for safety, you instantly lose 30 seconds. If you have to do the slower fight because of Sand Force, you instantly lose 30 seconds. So outspeeding or having Sand Rush can just instantly net you a 30-second time save. Like, I just saved 30 seconds over my PB because I didn't have to Dynamax there. Next up is Alistair. Alistair is honestly a pushover. The only bad thing that can really happen, there's like 2 bad things that can happen. The first is going to happen pretty much every time, which is you get hit by Rock Tomb. Rock Tomb lowers your speed, so you end up having to X speed in order to fix it. The second bad thing is Poltegeist can use Protect and waste a turn, and that is literally all that can go wrong here. So there's Rock Tomb. It hit me, so I have to go ahead and use an X speed. If I were slower, there's the potential that both Chandelure that's coming out next and the Gengar at the end are going to outspeed me, but my speed is way too good. Even without the Carbos, I outspeed this thing. So this is now just mash the Earthquake button. Wumbo for the win. Yeah, so there's the Protect. It's the only bad thing that can happen. I like Alistair too. That'd be so nice, Deathline. Move selection in general is like... It's such a important part of the game, and the fact that it's like a relatively archaic like menu system. It's kind of interesting. I love G-Max Gengar. It looks like the Cave of Wonders from Aladdin. It's so good. It's ridiculous. But yeah, like, now that the games are on the Switch, you could totally make use of the, like, the shoulder buttons and everything and have something like, if you want to do a fight option, you would, like, hold ZL or ZR and a D-pad. If you want to go to your bag, you could, like, hold Z, the other one, and, like, use the stick to select which bag you want to go into. Picking your Pokemon could be... Like, they already do it in Stadium. Now that I think about it, Stadium is basically that. I just realized that. Like, Stadium is basically hit a button, hit a direction. You don't even have to hit a direction, but... Alright, no, you do have to hit the button. I haven't played Stadium in forever. Yeah, you hit the button, then hit your direction. And, like, you could do the same thing. It gets a little bit more complicated if you're trying to, like, switch out your Pokemon, but you could, like, hold the button down and then, like, scroll up and down or something. Like, there are a ton of ways they can do it. Oh yeah, so Ryan 2, this fight is relatively straightforward. We sort of take advantage of an AI quirk here. So we're going to get rid of the Torkoal as fast as possible, because it hits us really hard. And then we're going to come out with, or Turtonator is going to come out next. And Turtonator is going to usually go for Shell Trap. So we're going to take advantage of that by using a Swords Dance here. Even though it can KO us with Fire Blast, it decides to use Shell Trap instead, which does no damage. And then we can go ahead and finish off the fight. If our speed was bad, or if our speed was bad and we're Sandrush, which we are, instead of setting up on the Turtonator, we would actually set up on the Flygon instead, because another AI quirk, he likes to overwrite his own weather. And there's a more likely than not chance that his Flygon would actually go for Sandstorm instead of actually trying to damage you. So you can usually set up on the Flygon as well, but we didn't get to see any of that. I love explaining strats that aren't applicable, but like I feel like they're necessary to explain, because it's like, this fight can be scary, but it's not today.
Well, I am saddened to say bunny number no more.
Oh.
Because we got a $1.31 donation from the nickname. It says $1,422, and the comment was ripped to the nice, but I'm built different. I wonder who would be the donation. Thanks for the donations. Keep them going. Remember, we do still have a lot of donation incentives and as well some bid wars, so please continue check on those, and please remember to put in the comments if you want to nickname the rival in Pokemon Red or the file name in The Legend of Zelda, the Hourglass. Please remember to put that in the comments.
All right. So now we get to go ahead and head out to the pitch for the champion match. So that's exciting. Totally going to be the champion match. Not at all going to get ambushed by another announcement or anything like that. Definitely just going to, you know, face the champion. It's the end of the run. Oh, no. I'm kidding, guys. We have more plot. So, even though it's 1,000 years away, Rose is super concerned. So he has canceled the tournament and is going to release the legendary Pokemon Eternatus to generate enough power to where there's not... I'm not even going to try to explain, like, to pretend like I know what's happening here. Basically, he released the Pokemon Eternatus. He can't control it. So we have to sort of help and make sure it doesn't just, like, destroy everything. So we're going to try to find some answers. Hop and I are sitting here like, you know what? What about those Pokemon that we saw in the Slumbering Fields? What if they are the answer to our problems? And we're like, all right, yeah, sure, let's go. So we head back there. We are going to do one of the hardest sections of movement in the game. There are a bunch of encounters we have to try to avoid here. I am going to actually try to avoid them instead of just blasting through on the bike, because I always hit at least one of them. I honestly think my gold split for Rose, which is the next fight, has an encounter on it. Like I've gone through encounterless before, but I've had other things go wrong, so I think we have the potential to set a new gold split here. Okay, so that's one set of grass. Another set of grass. 3 sets of grass. Those are the harder sections of grass. The other sections can be tough, and there's the chance that the game just screws you over and doesn't, like, spawns a Corviknight in the middle, and you can't get past it, but we got lucky. Oh my god, no encounters. Go me. That's happened, like, twice before to me. So that's exciting. All right. All right, so we make it to the middle of Slumbering Fields, I guess. I don't know. And we see this broken sword and broken shield, which is an awful lot of symbolism for other things that we saw, like tapestries in the random restaurant and things like that. So we're going to grab them. Maybe they'll be useful for us. Who knows? I'm going to grab the shield because I'm on shield version. Why not? And then we're going to head over to Hammerlock. So Hammerlock is where Chairman Rose is at the moment. He is, like I said, released the Pokemon Eternatus, but can't control it, so we have to go help out. The main concern right now is that I keep saying Professor, Chairman Rose is in the underground power plant, and if everything collapses, it could be detrimental. Because Rose really isn't a bad guy. He's, like, honestly trying to save the world. It's just he's going about it in a very sketchy way. So we do want to save him, and in addition to the world, so we're gonna go down there and try to stop him. And then, yeah, I'm going to go right into this fight. This fight is one of the worst fights in the Sobble route on Sword, but for Shield, it's honestly not too bad. The main problem is... we have to set up one turn on the Escavalier, and he's pretty much always going to go for Drill Run. Drill Run is a high critical hit chance move, and if it crits us, we die. If it misses us, or if it doesn't crit, then we're fine. So, or if he decides to use Swords Dance, I think he can use Swords Dance as well. Okay, yeah, so there's Swords Dance, so I didn't have to worry about taking any damage. Yeah, now the rest of the fight is free. I just mashed the Earthquake button. On Sobble route, you have to, like, try and get hit by the Escavalier to get knocked down into Torrent to do more damage. But there are some defenses that are bad enough that you just don't live. He can stall with Swords Dance, and as he uses Swords Dance, you have to use X Defense to, like, match. It's like a whole thing, but we don't have to worry about any of that, which is really nice. We still have Arcanine with us, which you might think is a waste, but it's actually really helpful for the next fight that we do, having a backup Pokemon. Like, ideally, we don't need the Arcanine anymore, but there's a very decent chance that we just get hit and die on the next fight, so... Earthquake is such a good move. And it's been a consistently good move the entirety of Pokemon. It's not like they introduced this broken move later or something. It's like, it was such a good move in Generation 1, and since then it's just been really good. They did fix Explosion and Self-Destruct, that is true. Ah, I was right. I golded that split. Look at that. So if you include the first rival fight, I've golded 3 splits on this on this run. But we still have more to go. So because I didn't get hit at all, I don't have to heal. This is one part of the game where it would have been nice if they gave us a free heal, but they didn't. So now we get this nice little cutscene. Don't know why this cutscene doesn't get skipped, but... I guess if you're on good pace run, it's kind of a nice little calming section. Oh, whoops. I thought there was a... There's a movie that plays here. Okay, I thought I was here already, so I stopped mashing. Oh, boy. This is a Let's Play, yeah. This run's actually better than my GDQ run so far. Like, I know I didn't do the Isle of Armor stuff, but like... But yeah, so we have to fight this little thing. Flamethrower is the worst move. It doesn't kill us, but it can burn. It didn't burn. And then we take out the Eternatus with Earthquake. So that can go wrong, but typically it's a one-turn fight like that. But then we fight the other Eternatus form that isn't at all busted and broken. So this is Eternamax form. This Pokemon has... Granted, it's not a Pokemon you can actually have and use, so it's a little bit unfair to say. But this Pokemon has the highest base stat total of any Pokemon in the series by far. I think the highest Pokemon base stat total other than this is like Mega Rayquaza, which is like 790 or something like that. Its point being, it's like in the 700 to 800 range. This thing has a base stat total of 1125. So 4 digits. And it has basically incredibly high bulk. It has normal special attack and attack stats, but like its bulk is in the 250 range for each one. So it's like ridiculous. But we're going to go ahead and watch this little cutscene and get one of the best themes in the game. I don't think it's the best, but I will say it is one of the best themes. And while that's happening, I'll explain how this fight is going to go. So this is going to be like set up like a max raid battle. So it's going to be a 4-on-1. We're going to have the two legendary dogs helping us out. And we're going to set up a guard spec immediately turn 1 because they're going to boost our attack and stuff. And one of Eternatus's moves will lower our attack, so we just want to make sure that they get maximum attack. But now I'll shut up so you guys can listen to music. It's so good. All right. And this right here is why we have Arcanine in the back. If we get KO'd here, we would have to do like all of those cutscenes and stuff again. So we have the Arcanine in the back, we have a bunch of revives, and your partners are honestly good enough to take out this fight. As long as you don't accidentally KO them with Earthquake, everything goes well. He does have a chance of doing this, which is basically nullifying all the stat changes, so like Zamazenta and having +1 attack, Zacian having +2 attack goes away, but it's still a pretty fast fight. Do they absolutely carry this fight? Ideally, the fight ends this turn, but because we got nullified, it's going to go at least one more. Max Whirlwind, that's against Double. Bye-bye Double. Like I said, as long as you don't KO them by mistake by using Earthquake, because I've done that before on good pace runs. If Eternatus doesn't attack me, it should end this turn. It's me. Actually, the Snorlax might be able to take it out here. Easy. And now, even though I'm dead, I'm going to get to catch it. So yeah, now we sit back and watch the cutscenes. as we catch the Eternatus with a Pokeball, just like Leon threw, but mine is guaranteed to get in. The game forces you to catch this, and it doesn't just force you, it's like, it mega forces you. If you don't have a Pokeball, the game gives you a Pokeball. If you don't have space in your boxes to catch another Pokemon, the game gives you another box. Like, you have to catch this thing. It's pretty crazy. But yeah, so that is that. All that's left now is the champion fight. We are going to use Eternatus for the champion fight. It's honestly just the best thing, and it has super effective moves against almost everything in it. So you have to set up to +2 speed, +2 special attack, and then you can just sweep from there. But while we're getting ready for the champion fight, I'm just gonna do a little bit of my outro stuff. I wanna thank everybody for watching the run. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's a long run. A lot of you guys stuck around for the whole thing, which I really appreciate. I'm sure the marathon appreciates as well. Bunch of donations came in. That was awesome. If you guys would like to learn how to speedrun Pokemon, maybe you are a fan of Pokemon and you want to try a different way of playing it, or maybe you've never played a Pokemon game in your life and you just found this interesting, I definitely recommend joining the PSR Discord. You can find a link to it on any of the games on speedrun.com. Join up. There's channels for every game. There's a ton of people who are willing to help. People of all skill levels are absolutely welcome. And yeah, I definitely recommend it. If you enjoyed this run in particular, there are a few different routes, like I mentioned at the beginning of the run, and they all have guides on how to do them, so you can definitely work your way through it. But yeah. Gonna go ahead into the final fight here. This final fight can be kind of scary. I'm not gonna bother saving, just because if I die, I can just go back in. Like, it's whatever. Yeah, Candy Floss is the beginner-friendly run, so if you haven't played a Pokemon speedrun at all, I would recommend that one. If you have done speedruns of Pokemon in the past, I think the other ones are more interesting personally, but I've also not actually done a Candy Floss run. I have experience with the other two routes, but not with Candy Floss, so I might be wrong. Maybe it is more interesting. Who knows? But yeah, so this fight can be a little scary. He's going to lead an Aegislash. Aegislash is going to have both Flash Cannon and Shadow Ball. And both of those moves can lower our special defense. And there's a very real chance that if our special defense gets lowered, we don't survive a second hit. So what you're typically expecting to see is King Shield's turn, or what you want to see is King Shield turn 1, because that means he's not actually dealing damage. The downside to King Shield turn 1 is it means he's more likely to use King Shield turn 3 as well. But we'll see what happens. So no King Shield turn 1. He's going to attack. Flash Cannon. Special defense dropped. Am I dead? I think I'm just dead. What a doofus. Alright, cool. Never mind. I had the thing happen with the double input down and it flicked back up, and now I'm dead. I was set up for it. I was all set. What happened? Max revive. You're so stupid. I mean, I can try to do this fight with Excadrill. It's not going to go well. I hate this game. I was trying to die there. I didn't want to waste any X items. Alright, what I'm supposed to do is use Flamethrower, but I failed. Unfortunately, because my Pokemon died, I have to reset up. So we can X Speed, we can X Special. Alright, we didn't get the Special Defense drop that time, so we should be safe as long as I select the correct moves. One, two. We're on Flamethrower. Use it. Awesome. We should be ending about now. Like, the fight should be over, but we're just KOing the first Pokemon. But yeah, now we just alternate between the Fire move and Dynamax Cannon. Dynamax Cannon is kind of a broken move. It is 100 base power, Dragon move, that doubles its power when used against a Dynamax Pokemon. So, we're using it mainly just because it's our most powerful move. But there is a, just like every other important battle at the end of the game, there's a Gigantamax Pokemon at the end that Dynamax Cannon does a hefty amount to. So. Alright, so now it should just be press the Dynamax Cannon button. And yeah. There is the chance that Charizard here is a range, but my special attack is actually insanely high, so never mind, it's not a range. If I had bad special attack, it would be a range, but yeah. This is, I have a plus special attack nature. So yeah. Time will be on the fade out after the end of the fight. He'll like throw his hat in the air and then it'll be a fade out after that. This was a really solid run. I'm glad I didn't get completely trolled by Excadrill. I'm glad all my Pokemon had relatively good stats. So these runs can absolutely go worse, but I'm really glad that we were able to show it off just like this. G-Max Charizard is actually really cool. I do agree. But yeah, so time. All right, so I already basically gave my whole spiel, but like I said, thank you guys very much for watching. I know long runs like this aren't always the biggest hits in marathons, but I enjoy doing them and I enjoy watching them. So this was a lot of fun. It's a nice, comfy run. I'm glad you guys all stuck it out and hung out with me. And yeah, if you guys want to learn Pokemon speedrunning, join the Discord. And other than that, I just want to say thank you to the Speed Stuff for Charity Marathon for allowing me to do a run. I've done a couple of these now, and it's always a really fun, really chill marathon, so I'm glad to be a part of it.